The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on in to a Thursday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, we want you to be a part of the show each and every day. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. And if you text in your question, which has become a popular option, we love the phone calls just as much as you do. But if you want to text, we appreciate any and all interactivity. Just let us know who you are and where you're from. Much like if you called the show. And that way we can get your text message featured with your name and where you're from. So again, 310-840-4910. Brad, we've got a Kawhi trade on halt. Freeze, says the NBA. Freeze, says the Toronto Raptors. As we had that big blockbuster trade 10 days ago, one of a handful here in the NBA over the last 2 weeks. But Kawhi Leonard was going to get traded back to the Raptors, who he won his second NBA title with in 2019, his second NBA Finals MVP, going back to the Six, a city that he has made very much his home and a big part of his life. And that was a big trade with the Raptors sending back Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, multiple draft picks, 2 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders, a first-round pick swap. And the Raptors, we were talking about this when it went down, all of a sudden a big competitor and a big contender here in the Eastern Conference. Well, hold on just a second there, says the Toronto Raptors, because, Brad, let's not forget, there's just a teeny tiny investigation going on right now into the LA Clippers and Kawhi Leonard around whether or not the Clippers circumvented the salary cap when they acquired Kawhi in free agency back in 2019. And let's not forget, the Clippers still paying the price for the other major acquisition they made that summer, trading a guy named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and 5 first-round picks to get Paul George as a way to ensure Kawhi would come to the Clips. So that trade from 10 days ago looked like it was smooth, signed, sealed, delivered. And then not so fast, my friend, as Lee Corso would say, because there are potential big-time penalties, fines, suspensions to both the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard if the NBA finds that the Clippers did indeed funnel money to Kawhi Leonard as a way to pay him more money and not have it basically on the books, on the salary cap. And so my initial thought, we'll give you more of the details here on this, but my initial thought in this, Brad, is this is smart from the Toronto Raptors. They're like, whoa. We're not assuming any discipline or penalties, fines to Kawhi. Hey, a suspension that could be multiple games. Hell, it could be a year. I mean, we got to see how this investigation completes here. But the Raptors are like, whoa. We're not taking on any and all blame for what you did 6-7 years ago. I think this is very smart by the Toronto Raptors. Obviously, you want Kawhi on your team as quick as possible. You want to really feel good about the big move that you made 10 days ago. But you don't want to get Kawhi on the team and then all of a sudden, bam, you actually did get money funneled to you by a now fraud bankrupt company. And yeah, you're going to get suspended 50 games for that. Hey, sorry, Raptors. I think this is very smart by Toronto, and Clippers better be hoping that this investigation clears them of all the wrongdoing.
Yeah, exactly right. They're protecting their backsides, and that's what they really should do. By the way, Pat, can I get paid allegedly, mind you, allegedly, not exactly 100% proven, but again, allegedly, $28 million for a no-show job? Because that's what allegedly Kawhi was getting from that aspiration company that the LA Clippers allegedly funneled money through to pay him to circumvent the NBA salary cap. I mean, that's like a best case scenario. Not new jack nor squat and get 28 mil in the bank. Doesn't get much better than that if it indeed happened. But look, despite the alleged impropriety that was involved, Toronto's doing their due diligence. They are protecting every single asset they have for this franchise, and want to make sure that it's not guilt by association. If there is wrongdoing that does come out, and there's clear evidence that backs it up, because the commissioner Adam Silver said it has to be clear and concrete evidence to make any kind of a decision on a suspension or penalty or whatever it is. Now, Shams Charania of ESPN said that belief is, quote, the deal's going to end up happening, end quote. It's not a sure thing, but it is certainly trending in that direction. Could come as early as Tuesday of next week, which is when the NBA board of directors will reportedly take place. So, there's still some more scuttlebutt to go down. More discussions to be had behind the scenes, but this could be a big fat nothing burger with extra cheese if that concrete evidence doesn't materialize, and any kind of harsh penalty or punishment were to come down the chute from the commissioner's office of the NBA. So TBD, but I'm with you. Toronto's doing the right thing here, and we shall see what the final verdict will be with the LA Clippers and ultimately with the Toronto Raptors as well, and where Kawhi will suit up this upcoming NBA season.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. Do you think that this Kawhi trade will still go through? And do you think the Raptors are smart for basically putting a hold on this? It didn't, from the reporting that Shams did, again, this only came down about an hour and a half ago, from the reporting that Shams was doing on SportsCenter, on TV and whatnot, and all the written reporting that I've seen from both teams' statements, it doesn't necessarily feel like the Raptors went to Adam Silver and were like, hey, hold on a second. Make sure, like, we want to get out in front of this. It kind of feels like this all came together at once. I'm not sure how the back channels worked, but both teams put out a statement. And so you kind of alluded to it. The Raptors said, quote, before the quote, they said they would wait for the league's findings rather than assuming any risk that comes with a potential worst case scenario of the findings of that investigation, but that they, quote, remain eager to bring Kawhi back to Toronto and look forward to a swift resolution for our players, our organization, and our fans, end quote. And that was pretty obvious. That goes without saying. The Clippers said in a statement that the trade, quote, can only be finalized if the Raptors ownership group assumes the risk of penalties related to Kawhi's contract that could theoretically result from the ongoing investigation. And so that kind of leads me to believe that the Clippers put that out there first. Like the league, before they finalized the trade, the league probably said to the Clippers, like, hey, here's what happens if this investigation concludes and we find you guilty and we forfeit draft picks, or we fine you, or we fine owner Steve Ballmer, or we fine Kawhi and potentially suspend him. And then it feels like that was brought to the Raptors, and they were like, no, we're not assuming any of those risks. So we're going to go ahead and wait. You don't have, we're in no rush, man. It's July 9th. I understand you want to get guys in for training camp in a couple of weeks from now. You got the summer league going on right now. But I mean, come on. I mean, are you guys crazy? We're not assuming that risk. And that's smart. That is the very smart thing to do here for the Toronto Raptors. Why would they take on the risk that they had no business, no involvement in from the deal that happened when they got him in free agency in 2019? And just as a reminder, and Brad, I think you probably think what? You probably align with me that there's probably not going to be a big hammer coming down from Adam Silver once this investigation concludes.
Absolutely
right?
not. No. Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you there. I think that probably would have already occurred, at least with, maybe Shams or other NBA insiders, Windhorst, whoever it might have been, would have caught wind of that coming down. I don't think anything's going to ultimately happen here. I don't think there's any major penalty or punishment's going to be doled out. Like I said, I think there is a real chance, and I'm going to set just an arbitrary random percentage chance, like a 75% chance. I think it's a strong likelihood nothing occurs here. The trade goes through and the parties then carry on. So I don't think there's going to be any forfeiting of draft picks. I don't think there's going to be any kind of monetary penalty or anything else. I think they'll, do their investigation, maybe turn a blind eye to it and forge ahead. That's ultimately the outcome that I feel is going to occur.
And I agree, because and largely because I think Adam Silver is, for the most part, spineless. And even if there was some blatant wrongdoing, I still feel like he would sweep it under the rug. That's just how I feel, I'm being completely honest. I'm not gonna hide from that opinion. But here are the possible consequences and penalties for both the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard. In case you forgot when this story first came out several months ago. And this is under the collective bargaining agreement as of 2023, the last CBA that the NBA signed into agreement here. There are salary circumvention rules, rules that were put in place. Hey, you can't pay a player on the side, under the table. And I'm sure a lot of us worked at, pizzerias or restaurants, and we like getting paid in cash. It was under the table. Yeah, you didn't have to report it, especially when you're 16, 17 years old. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've all been there. So there are rules put in place, and according to the NBA's collective bargaining agreement, a franchise could face fines up to $7.5 million for each separate violation or for just exceeding the salary cap. The league has the authority to directly remove the team's future draft picks, and team personnel, including executives involved, and in this case it would probably be the owner, Steve Ballmer, can be suspended for up to 1 year. Now, for Kawhi Leonard, this is where this really matters. The NBA could really drop the hammer if they find out that Kawhi knew exactly what was going on. Again, allegedly got paid $28 million for a no-show job from a company that's now bankrupt. And the owner, by the way, Joe Sandberg's convicted and going to prison for 14 years. The NBA could void Kawhi Leonard's contract if it is deemed to be illegal or a circumventing agreement. And Kawhi Leonard could face sanctions regarding from substantial fines to a suspension of up to 1 to 2 seasons. That's the kicker right there. Imagine this trade goes through and the Raptors didn't take this measure, and they're like, oh, yeah, give us Kawhi. Oh, no, we don't. Yeah, that investigation, we're not worried about it. What's the worst that could happen? Bang, Adam Silver brings down the hammer. Kawhi suspended for an entire season. Now you're talking about you got a real problem on your hands. So you and I both think that that's not going to happen. But again, this is why this is big news today, because the Raptors are taking the smart route here, in my opinion, and they're just going to wait. I don't think there's any negatives to this. I can't imagine Kawhi is going to be frustrated with the Raptors. I'm sure if he wants, he could probably, buy some property back in Toronto if he doesn't still have some from when he lived there. He can get his life settled in, and he can get ready to enjoy the next couple of weeks of summer before getting into training camp and getting ready for part 2 with the Toronto Raptors. If he's frustrated or if he is all put off by this, then man, he's an absolute diva of the nth degree. But I don't think that's happening. So really, I don't see any negatives for the Raptors doing this. I think it is smart. And let's see just how long this investigation does take to conclude, because Shams did mention that there is no timetable. But, again, we got a couple of weeks. Not like you got 3 months to wait around here and sit around and wait. So I would assume this thing's going to get moved along pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and again, it could be as early as Tuesday with the Board of Governors meeting with the NBA. So I think that seems like an appropriate time for some sort of announcement, whether there is going to be, further punishment that is indeed doled out in some form or fashion, or it's just like, the trade is approved. Let's all move on. Carry on. Nothing to see here. And I think that's ultimately what's going to happen. So again, it could be as early as Tuesday. But I don't think this thing is going to linger, cue the Cranberries in the background for the next, several weeks.
By the way, the Clippers did make a point of, once again, in their statement, mentioning that they, quote, did not funnel money to Kawhi Leonard through aspiration. And that, quote, we were victims of a fraud initiated by the co-founder of Aspiration, Joe Sandberg, and who, by the way, like I mentioned, has been convicted and sentenced to 14 years in prison. That right there, Brad, that piece of notice, the fact that the guy's in prison for the next decade and a half, leads me to believe that Adam Silver is going to go ahead and say, "Yep, no harm, no foul, no worries. Oh, nobody,
we're good.
Nobody gambled on games here. You're not Terry Rozier. You're not Jonte Porter. You're not Chauncey Billups. You're not involved in some mafia poker games, backroom poker games where you're threatening to harm people. Okay, no problem. As long as you guys aren't doing that, I'll look the other way. No worries, no problems about it." So. Yeah, you and I kind of are the belief here that in the next week or two, this thing's going to be finalized. Kawhi will officially be a Toronto Raptor. And then, as we get closer to the start of the season, Raptors fans can get all excited just for them to get knocked out in the first or the second round of the playoffs.
Which seems very spot on and accurate. So I think that is probably going to be the foregone conclusion for that tremendous organization. Sorry, Jurassic Park. But in terms of this Kawhi news today, fire off the Naked Gun meme with Leslie Nielsen, the fireworks going off in the background. Oh, let's move on, people. There's nothing to see here. Seems very fitting.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we will take a short break. We'll get your phone calls and your texts when we return. 310-840-4910. Your thoughts on the news today, the Raptors putting that Kawhi Leonard trade on hold. Are they doing the smart thing? And are you like me and Brad? You think that in a week or two, this thing is going to get finalized and Kawhi can be a Raptor? Or would you maybe like to see some chaos? Do you think Adam Silver, depending on the investigation, can maybe bring down the hammer, suspend Kawhi for a year, suspend Steve Ballmer, forfeit some draft picks? I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. 310-840-4910. Also, when we come back, we're going to talk about what is going on in Cleveland in that quarterback room. We're near training camp. Something's got to give. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Who would crack the top 10 all-time starters that I've seen? And where would Justin Verlander fit on that list? Well, after sitting down, after kind of putting it all together, he falls short of the top 5. I could not put him in the top 5. And I'm going to work my way from 1 down to 10. And I think my answers for a couple of these are going to surprise you, because my number one pitcher that I've seen in my lifetime, again, not throwing a great Mariano Rivera in there because we excluded relief pitchers, starting pitchers. The most dominant, the most impressive starting pitcher of my lifetime, without question, is Pedro Martinez. And I know he does not have the longevity that you're going to get from a Clemens, that you're going to get from a Greg Maddux or a Randy Johnson. But the bottom line is this. At the peak of their prowess, was there ever a starter better than 99, 2000 Pedro Martinez? The answer to that question for me is no. So I am going to take that. I am going to supersede that over any of the longevity factors that you could throw into the equation. Pedro was always going to have that top spot for me. And the numbers aren't going to back it up, but the eye test is going to back it up. And this comes from somebody that absolutely detested Pedro Martinez when he pitched for the Boston Red Sox. So I think it shows you I'm giving you an element of fair and balanced and reasonable all in the same sentence. So I am putting Pedro in that top spot. Now, I don't want to hear about steroids. I don't care about steroids. 2, 3, and 4, I think you're splitting hairs, honestly, between these three guys. I have Clemens in the 2 spot. I then put Randy Johnson 3rd. And then I put Greg Maddux fourth. Is there a case to be made that Randy Johnson could be ahead of Roger Clemens? Potentially. And I did dock those guys a little bit because there were some shady postseason moments for all of them. Roger Clemens had plenty of postseason duds. Randy Johnson, despite the 2001 World Series winning co-MVP with Kurt Schilling, there were World Series duds. I mean, they're all, listen, Clemens is 7-time Cy Young. He's got MVP. Randy Johnson was a 10-time Cy Young at 5 Cy Youngs. A 10-time All-Star, 5 Cy Youngs. And Maddux was an 8-time All-Star, 4 Cy Youngs. So they all had a different craft about the way they went about their business. All dominant nonetheless. So I think that top 4 is really tough to crack. 5, I went with Roy Halladay. And he didn't have the longevity that Verlander put together, that Clayton Kershaw put together. I docked Clayton Kershaw. Because how many times did I watch Clayton Kershaw go and basically wet the bed in every postseason and every World Series start that you saw him pitch? Like, I'm penalizing him for that. I saw Roy Halladay go and throw a freaking no-hitter in a playoff game. Roy Halladay, who won multiple Cy Youngs, who, from an eye test standpoint, wowed me in many ways, more so than a guy like Justin Verlander. So my top 5, Pedro, Clemens, Johnson, Maddux, Halladay. Now, where does Verlander fit in? I had him right below Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw, better regular season pitcher. Verlander, better in the postseason. Verlander's ahead of Scherzer. Scherzer's got a really good resume. He doesn't have an MVP. He doesn't have multiple championships. And there's a great rivalry between those two guys. So that was close. Verlander, Scherzer. And then I rounded out my list. 9th on my list was John Smoltz. He's got to be there. All-time great postseason performer. Starter, reliever. Brilliant, brilliant pitcher. And 10, I didn't go with Tom Glavine. Maybe this is the Yankee homer in me talking. I put CC Sabathia there because of what he did in 2008 for the Milwaukee Brewers. Then you throw in the fact that he goes to the Yankees in his first year and he wins a Cy Young.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, you can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Opening segment, we broke down the big news in the NBA today. The Raptors-Clippers trade for Kawhi Leonard is on hold. With the Raptors saying, whoa, we're not assuming any kind of risks or any kind of discipline handed down on Kawhi Leonard with this aspiration investigation until this thing concludes. We're not taking any of that stuff. And so it's smart. Brad and I ultimately think there's probably not going to be any discipline, at least any serious discipline handed down by Adam Silver, especially when you had the owner and the founder of a now fraud bankrupt company in aspiration, John Sandberg, convicted and sentenced to 14 years in prison. But we're taking your calls and your texts on that, 310-840-4910. And just in general as well, because we both agree that this is probably going to be finalized, this trade, in a short amount of time. So more importantly, looking forward, how good do you think the Raptors will be with Kawhi Leonard this season? 310-840-4910. But let's talk some football here, Brad, because again, we're just around the corner from training camp, baby. The Seahawks rookies are reporting in 8 days. Most NFL teams will be fully in camp in about 2 weeks from now. And James Palmer from Bleacher Report reported today that Shedeur Sanders has, quote, closed the gap, end quote, on presumed week 1 starter Deshaun Watson, and that a full-blown training camp battle might end up happening here. Now, let's not forget, we had Mary Kay Cabot, who's a longtime reporter for the Cleveland Browns and about as locked in as you could be on that beat. She told us this was back in what? In May? Mandatory rookie camp or mandatory mini camp? This is over a month ago. She told us that she was reporting that Deshaun Watson basically has already, earned the nod, if you will. Not the official nod, but that mandatory minicamp concluded, and Deshaun Watson was already basically the QB1 for the Cleveland Browns. Now James Palmer is reporting that Shedeur has closed the gap. Again, I think that Deshaun Watson absolutely stinks. I think he is good for nothing as a quarterback in the NFL nowadays in 2026. I can't think the Browns are going to have any success with Deshaun Watson at quarterback. So honestly, I hope this news is true, but I find it very unlikely. With new head coach Todd Monken in the mix here, I find it highly unlikely that there is a scenario other than an injury where Shedeur Sanders does win a battle in training camp. Do you feel the same way?
No, I don't. I think it's completely up for grabs, quite honestly, because Deshaun Watson at this juncture in his career is rubbish. Rubbish, Pat. We have seen him when he's been healthy. And he is a guy that would overthrow the Jolly Green Giant on a simple crossing route. I have no faith in his accuracy. I have no faith in his grasp of the offense and general execution of the scheme as well. Again, I knocked Shedeur Sanders repeatedly last year. I did not believe his game, come from Colorado, would be able to transfer to the NFL in any way, shape, or form. I have had to be a culpa. I admitted I was wrong. He wasn't lights out by any stretch of the imagination, but he definitely exceeded my very low expectations last year and was decent. I mean, he's not stellar. He's barely, starter caliber, but we're talking about the Cleveland Browns here. Now, I will say this about Cleveland. They made a lot of upgrades at the wide receiver position this offseason via the draft, in particular with Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. And those guys have already gotten rave reviews in mandatory minicamp and throughout the OTA sessions. And Concepcion's a guy that's going to be dirty work underneath. He'll have some big playability as well. They'll be able to utilize him in the slot to work outside as well. Denzel Boston, more of your classic outside, bigger bodied target, preeminent could be field stretcher in his prime to go along with Jerry Jeudy, who's not too shabby, though kind of step back from the breakout quote unquote season he had a couple of years ago. Cedric Tillman's still on this roster. I love Harold Fannin as well. I'm involved in the Scott Fish draft. I'm going to give an update on what I have done today. I really wanted Harold Fannin, and I got sniped right before my selection. I'll reveal the pivot point that I made a little bit later on in the show tonight. But Harold Fannin is a jack of all trades. And a guy who can line up traditional tight end. He can line up in the backfield. He can put him in motion. He can run him out wide. He's got every branch on the route tree and is a quarterback's best friend because he catches everything in sight. So I like some of the offensive pieces. I absolutely despise this version of Deshaun Watson with 2 blown wheels that he's coming off of. Terribly inaccurate. So I say Shedeur Sanders very much in the mix. And if he shows up and shows out in the exhibition season, in training camp, don't be at all surprised that he is under center week 1 at Jacksonville, where honestly he may get folded up and put into a box.
310-840-4910. Who do you think should win the quarterback battle? Who should be QB1 for the Cleveland Browns as they are just 2 weeks away from opening up training camp? By the way, Deshaun Watson last played in an NFL game on October 20th, 2024, when he suffered that ruptured Achilles and then re-ruptured it while rehabbing. So it's going to be nearly 2 years since we've seen Deshaun Watson on an NFL football field by the time the season starts here. And I will say this, Brett, I still think it's going to be Deshaun Watson, Not because, again, I think he's a better quarterback. I just think you've got a first year. You got a new head coach here in Todd Monken. First-time offense coordinator, brought Travis Schweitzer with him from Baltimore. And I think that they're going to start the season, unless Deshaun Watson looks really horrific in training camp. And look, don't get me wrong, Brad. I think training camp is great. And I think the preseason games, the few of them that we actually get now, 3 versus it used to be 4. And let's be honest, NFL teams treat them like they don't even matter anyway.
Right.
I just don't think you're going to see enough of Deshaun Watson, to be exposed to the point where the Browns are like, holy crap, we've got to start Shedeur Sanders. I just don't see that happening. I will give you this, though. Todd Monken, this was out when mandatory minicamp concluded. Todd Monken said Shedeur Sanders' development has, quote, come a long way, end quote. He went on to say, I think Shedeur's come miles in terms of his progressions, getting the ball out, his understanding of concepts. I think he's really, really come a long way. And we saw Shedeur, you mentioned, low expectations. He was really brutal the first couple of games, came on towards the end, played okay. You and I don't think that he's a starting quarterback in the NFL right now, but it's like, who's worse? Between him and Deshaun Watson, a guy that hasn't played in 2 years, a guy that's way past his prime, not to mention all the off-field sexual assault allegations he had to go through. And even when he has been healthy, when he played with Cleveland, he stunk. He's been terrible. You mentioned he's been rubbish. So it's almost like, well, who's less bad? That's what the Cleveland Browns quarterback competition feels.
Exactly.
Let's not forget, they still have Dylan Gabriel, by the way, who got the first crack at things last year before they turned it over to Shedeur. I don't think there's any chance Dylan Gabriel is making it into the QB1 conversation here. So the way I feel about it is the same. It's that Todd Monken, new head coach, wants to start the year. And I feel like most head coaches are conservative to start the season. They don't want to make a bold decision. They don't want to make a rash decision. And knowing everything we know about Shedeur, whether you feel like it was fair or not that he slid all the way to the 5th round, we got a chance to watch 7 games from him in his rookie season. Overall, wasn't very good. Are the Browns going to give him the keys with a new coaching staff where they've got to try to win some freaking football games here early on, no matter how bad you think they might be? Or are they going to lean on the veteran that, yes, hasn't played in nearly 2 years, but has been through training camp several times? And again, at his best, is a great quarterback. It's been a long time since we've seen that. I still feel like they're going to go with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, if I were to set odds on this right now, and these are not available on BetMGM, so I'm just pulling them on my keister here in real time. I'd probably set the current odds and who's going to be the week 1 starter for the Cleveland Browns at Deshaun Watson, like minus 175, with Shedeur Sanders at like plus 150. That kind of makes sense to me. Look, again, I think it's pretty close to a 50-50 proposition when it's all said and done. That door is very ajar. It's not cracked. I mean, it's a decent gap that's open for Sanders to come in because of the long layoff with Watson, because of the accumulated rust, because can he even move coming off those 2 blown Achilles? These are all answers that we're going to get in training camp and the exhibition season. So this is going to play out. A lot of people say, well, it's Cleveland. Who gives a damn? This is not remotely fascinating. It is for a lot of people because there are sickos like yours truly that play in super flex fantasy football leagues, which is effectively 2 quarterbacks starting. Every starting quarterback is valuable. So, do I go the extra dollar on Shedeur Sanders in my draft? Do I go the extra round in the wee hours, the beard fuzzy rounds of my draft, knowing maybe he does get at least 10 starts? Maybe he's the man the entire year. That is worth something. And by the way, we got a note, a tweet here. You can follow us on X. Follow Pat at Pat Boyle 44, myself at Noisy Huevos. This one coming from at Get Lost 53. And he says, keep the NFL and NFL fantasy talk going strong. I need football. Hey, man, we're going to be here for you, Get Lost. The entire season, we're going to be ramping up our football conversations throughout the summer as we get closer to the opening of training camp. We'll update you on the various news and notes as they come out. All the news breaking information. We're going to give you all of our statistical insights. We're going to get insight from insiders as well. We're going to have a Minnesota Vikings insider on the show a little bit later on tonight. We're itching for football just like you. And Pat, I'm telling you, man, Shedeur Sanders, don't count him out. He could be the starter week 1 in Seatown.
310-840-4910. Well, again, if that's what I'd rather happen. I'd rather Shedeur get the starting job. I want to see what he can do. Get a full year of offseason preparation, a full offseason to learn the playbook that Todd Monken is instituting. We know what Todd Monken's offense looks like from his time in Baltimore. I think it is one that could suit Shedeur Sanders and his game. Not to mention the weapons around him. I love Harold Fannin as well. Quinshon Judkins, we'll talk about him here in just a second, coming off that gruesome leg injury. If he's 100%, we saw how good he was. I'm excited to see Concepcion in Boston. Concepcion playing in the slot and running all over, crossing routes, and then Boston, big body receiver on the outside, what he can do. If Jerry Jeudy can somehow replicate what he did 2 years ago, not so much last year, there's a lot of upside to this Browns offense. And again, Shedeur's game is built around his accuracy. So if he's just putting the ball in the right place and getting rid of the ball quickly, this offense could win some games, man. They could. We know how good the defense is. I know they traded away Myles Garrett. They still got some other great pieces. Let's not forget they've got the reigning defensive rookie of the year in Carson Schwarzenegger. They still got some good pass rushers. They did get Jared Verse from the Rams alongside Mason Graham. Hopefully he takes a big step forward here in year 2. And I always like what that Browns secondary is bringing. So, again, there is some upside to this Cleveland Browns team. Are they division winners? Probably not. Are they a playoff team? Again, probably not. Can they upset the established order, though, in the AFC North? They beat the Ravens as it is one time almost every year, it feels like. They always give the Bengals a good battle, and they always give the Steelers a good battle as well. So they are the gritty, grimy team that everybody else in the AFC North hates. And if you figure out the quarterback situation, even if you just see a little bit of improvement from Shedeur Sanders, yeah, things could be halfway decent for Cleveland this year. I think Deshaun Watson is a waste product. I think he offers you nothing. Yep. But speaking from a standpoint of what I feel like will happen, I feel like Todd Monken and the Browns are going to give that starting job to Deshaun Watson and see how many games it takes before he maybe, gets hurt again.
Maybe one?
Yeah. I mean, let's not, I never root for injury for anybody, even somebody like Deshaun Watson. But, I mean, the guy re-ruptured his Achilles during rehab. I mean, how stable is that leg really going to be once we get into the 100% game speed action? He's getting hit. He's getting knocked around. We'll see how well he holds up. But speaking of the other weapons on that Browns offense here really quickly, Brad, we did get an update on Quinshon Judkins. There was that league-wide survey poll conducted by ESPN, and you did have an anonymous AFC executive say that Quinshon Judkins, coming off that dislocated ankle and fractured fibula, will have a quote-unquote big year in 2026. How big of a year do you think Quinshon Judkins is capable of having, a lot of which would be affected by who his quarterback is?
Well, here's the good news with Quinshon Judkins. Number one, it sounds like he has got a pretty good outlook in terms of his overall health. And there's film to back it up. If you do a little bit of search there on X and just the internet in general, there was some tape that came out, a mandatory minicamp, and he was doing some drills, and he looked A-okay to me. No repercussions, no limitations whatsoever coming off that nasty and gnarly leg injury. He's got to have a supportive defense. The offensive line is largely average, but I think he's going to be the point of emphasis in this offense, whether it's Watson or Sanders under center. He's a guy that's probably going to get 17, 18 touches per game, occasionally eclipse 20 touches per game when they are in competitive affairs. And right now, a lot of people write him off in the world of fantasy football. You look at the average draft position, he's a running back 22, so barely. In RB2 and 12-team formats, he's going around pick number 52.3 overall in drafts. That's too low. That's heavily discounted. I think he will be a surefire top 20 running back if he can remain upright this season. Remember, last year, he was top 20 in yards after contact per attempt. He was top 20 in missed tackles forced. If he is going to get 75, 80% of the opportunity share, which I believe he will, I think he's going to deliver damn goods. So I will go on record and say approximately 1,400 combined yards, rushing and receiving, with 8 touchdowns for Quinshon Judkins. That's a tidy profit again at RB22 in early fantasy drafts.
Yes, it is. Yes, it certainly is. And again, if you get anything halfway decent out of the Browns passing game, whether it is Deshaun Watson or Shedeur, then you don't need me to tell you. That makes that run game that much more dangerous. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. Freaking Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani couldn't get it done, and so that means Monty's our longest active streaker, and you bet your ass I'll be rooting for him to fail tonight. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I lost way too much money last year fading the Chicago Bears, waiting for the other shoe to drop. So many close victories. Always a market correction with that. Always. Hey, and if you think I'm wrong, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs 2 years ago won an absurd amount of close games. We got a market correction. Even for a team that had Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, all of the pedigree, all of the success, there was a market correction. I think there will be a market correction with Chicago Bears. And I'm a Caleb Williams guy. I love the improv. I love the athleticism. He wowed you in some of these comebacks, especially against Green Bay. The throw against the Rams in the divisional round was amazing. The Bears defense stinks. First place schedule, brutal division. And in order for the Bears to be a bye, it has to be a monstrous leap for Caleb. If it's more of the same from Caleb, fun fourth quarters, uncertain, all sorts of wild unpredictability, with a bad defense and a good division and a really tough schedule, and everybody now gunning for the Bears, the Packers twice, the Vikings defense, the Lions, who had a year from hell a season ago, I just think they're the classic case of a team that regresses. Because the history of the league tells us the Patriots and the Bears are two types of teams that take steps back for a variety of different reasons.
Yeah, I don't think it is Scooble. I think it's Mason Miller. I think they have to go to San Diego. The Padres desperately need starting pitching, and they desperately need outfield offensive production. Okay, well, you've got, with Fried coming back, and at some point Clark Schmidt coming back, you're going to have Weathers and or Wells that could be moved, along with Dominguez and or Spencer Jones in a deal. And if you have to throw in Elmer Rodriguez, but if I can get Mason Miller at the end of the game and move everybody else up a spot, Bedard into the 8th inning, or Bednar into the 8th inning, and Duvall and others into the 7th, and Cruz into the 7th and 6th, then you protect your starting pitching. You can handle any matchup and situation. You've got a lockdown 9th inning guy, and you're not really hurting yourself in any significant way if you trade away those pieces, because you've got better pieces on your roster that aren't going to be a factor in the postseason. Like, well, the likelihood is that Warren is not going to pitch Wells is not going to pitch Warren's not going to pitch in the postseason. Sorry, in the rotation. So you've got other options where you can go there. I think that Mason Miller is the go-to move.
But if LeBron wants to go and win a championship, there is an obvious fit for me that has not been discussed, and I don't think there's any way he'd go there. But my goodness, if he's willing to take the minimum and he's got the opportunity to go and play with Jokic, I know the Western Conference right now, the talk is, hey, it's just San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Justifiably so. Jokic is still a top 2 player in the world. He has not lost it. Let's not beat around the bush. The Nugget team has not been any good around him. Get Gordon back. Get LeBron on a minimum contract. That's the spot to go and win a championship. You could do it. LeBron, Murray, Jokic, Gordon, I'm in. Too bad it won't happen.
Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All right, a lot of matinee baseball today, but a couple of evening games that are going to be starting here shortly. We've got 5 of them, as a matter of fact, to pick from. But man, the last 2 days, we had Brad's record-setting streak of 15 in a row come to an end. And then I was starting to feel myself with 5 in a row last night. Went with Shohei Ohtani, of course, 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts against the guy making his major league debut. Dems the breaks. You know what? We begin again. We will try to go 4 for 4 for you tonight. It's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know what that means. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All righty, we go around the room. Everybody on the crew picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. I am 41 for 54 lifetime. Brad is 34 for 45, and he's on a current streak of uno. Grant Leader filling in for producer Brandon Combs. He is 3 for 5 and on a current streak of 1. And then Monty, our VP, Michael Montgomery, that bastard, 43 for 53 lifetime. That's the best percentage of any of us, and a current streak of 3. So without further ado, let's get it cooking. I will start us off. Give me Trey Turner. Lead off tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies. They're in Cincinnati in that bandbox called Great American Ballpark, taking on the Reds and taking on Brady Singer, who I think stinks. Now, Brad, you mentioned it. His splits at home, they're actually pretty good. But on the season, 97 hits allowed in 82 innings. Trey Turner, not having a great season, but doing his thing where he starts off so miserably, and now he's starting to come on here, hitting 296 in the month of July. He's gotten a hit here in, let's see, this is 8 out of his last 9 games and 14 out of his last 16 games. So my man is on a heater. Give me Trey Turner to get a knock tonight and start a new streak for me. Brad, who are you going with after Chase DeLauder got you a knock yesterday?
I'm going to go with a slithering snake, and his name being Corbin Carroll. Now, he has been non-venomous here in the month of July, only batting $120, and he's only 2 of 16 this season against the San Diego Padres, who is facing tonight. However, he's facing Griffin Canning, who is god-awful. He is 2 for 6 lifetime against Canning, and you look at Canning, he's given up a 297 batting average on left-handed hitters, which Carroll is. And on top of that, Griffin Canning, a Butler that is serving up another but poo-poo platters, a 7.36 ERA in his last 5 starts. Corbin Carroll. Let's go streaking to numero dos.
All right, beautiful thing. Going with Corbin Carroll. Let's go to Grant Leader, who is filling in for producer Brandon Combs tonight. So, Grant, I think this is your 6th time. You're 3 out of 5. So, pretty good percentage. Who are you taking tonight to get a knock?
I've been burned by a couple Dodgers in the past, so I think I'm going to pass on that. Like you guys were burned by Ohtani last night. I'm going to go with the Snakes as well. Ketel Marte, he's batting .308, 12 hits, 3 home runs, 6 ribbies. In the last 10 games, he's on a tear. He's leading the team in batting average. He's going to go off again. He's just one of the best second basemen in the league itself. And just like you mentioned, off of Griffin and Canning, 1 of 6 this year, 6+ ERA. He's going to be allowing a lot of snakes across the plate. So give me Ketel Marte tonight.
Love it.
All right, a couple of snakes. We got Corbin Carroll. We got Ketel Marte right in the heart of that order. Let's go to our guy Peyton, who's in our Westwood One studios back in California. He's going to join the fun here. All right, Peyton, who are you going with tonight to get a hit?
What's up, guys? You got me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got
You guys got me? All right, let's go. We got Luis Arias today of the Giants. I know it's boring. I get it. He's a 320 hitter, okay? You couldn't go with a more fun pick than that? No. But the guy went 0 for last night, all right? Just do the math, darn. He's hitting 324. 0 for last night, facing Ryan Feltner for Colorado. Yeah, like I mentioned, the guy didn't get a hit last night. He's hitting second tonight for the Giants. Get plenty of at-bats out there. Going to be a lot of runs for Rockies and Giants. We all know how that series goes.
Oh, yeah.
Peyton, great stuff. Great stuff. Great energy. Nearly blew my eardrums out, but I love it. Never go lower. Always go higher. So, Peyton going with Luis Arias. It's a solid pick. It's a solid pick. I can't blame him for taking the layup there. And then finally, guy who rooted for me openly to lose last night. Because God forbid anybody comes near Monty's old record streak of 14. He rooted for Brad to lose until he finally did lose. So you know what, Monty? I hope you go 0 for 5 tonight.
Competitive? That's me.
You could be competitive, but also, like, we do this, and then we tell the listener, hey, if you want to put all 4 of these guys, or in this case, 5 of these guys together, take a shot at our friends at BetMGM. Here's what it would pay out if all 5 get a hit. You would think you want the family to eat, Monty. No. All you care about is yourself. All you care about is your website, batters-box.com. Tremendous website. I'll give you that. But that's all you care about. So you know what? You got 3 in a row. I hope it comes to an end tonight. But who are you going with, Monty?
You're not wrong. Give me Bryce Harper. Back to that Phillies game that you're also in. So I see you're trying to copy me since I got the best percentage overall. You were like, oh, Monty's going with the Philly. I'll take a Philly too. I see what you're doing. But Bryce Harper, second highest rated guy on my board tonight, batters-box.com, elite matchup against Singer. Singer struggled against lefties, nearly 400 WOBA, 248 ISO, barrel rate over 12%. Nearly 200 games with an elite rating for Harper, getting a hit 67% of the time. So a trend I like there. And then best of all, 100% pitch arsenal coverage for Harper tonight against Singer, with at least 44% hard contact rate against all of Singer's pitches. So I think he will get the job done tonight, even though he failed Brandon last night.
And that's another one of your strategies you like doing. If one of us takes a guy and he goes over, you like jumping on that guy the next night.
No,
you're slimy.
It's just it's coincidence, I swear.
Where does batters-box.com have Bryce Harper rated tonight?
Bryce Harper, number 2. That's what I said.
Okay, you did. I didn't know if I caught that correctly or not. Wow.
You did. Kyle Schwarber's number 1.
Yeah, should I switch?
No! Stick with your man. Don't do it.
You already gave out your pick. Why would you switch?
I did already give out the pick. All right, so Trey Turner, Corbin Carroll, Bryce Harper, Ketel Marte, and Luis Arias. Brad, all 5 of those guys get a hit. What are the odds on BetMGM?
You're looking at a cool plus 353. As always, fade or follow. That is up to you.
All right, there you go. Coming up next, we're going to have college fantasy football. Good idea or bad? We'll break it down when we return right here on BetMGM tonight.
How can you present a stretch of baseball for what we've seen over the last 3 weeks and then sit there and tell me, yeah, guess what? You're still going to be favorites to go and win the American League. We did this last year, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Everyone was dismissive of the Toronto Blue Jays all regular season. Oh, their run differential's not any good. Oh, just wait until October. Oh, it will be a different script when they match up in the postseason. And then we all lived it. We all watched it. The Yankees died like dogs. There's something missing within the intestinal fortitude of this team. And I'm a dope and an idiot for a variety of different reasons, which we'll get to when we detail some of the bets I made in the 2025 NFL season. But I thought it was different with this Yankee group. Because when Aaron Judge went down a few weeks ago and the general consensus around the sport was, what are the Yankees going to do? I'm proclaiming, hey, Yankees are going to be fine. Ben Rice, he's in a home run derby. He's an all-star. He can carry the offense. Cody Bellinger, he's an all-star. He's going to pick up the slack. Jazz Chisholm, Trent Grisham, on and on we go. Yankees can't score.
I think the Cubs really need to get some starting pitching. You know, they're going to be a playoff team, but they have just not had the kind of starting pitching that they need. I think the Cubs could look. It's certainly a Dombrowski move in Philadelphia. It's, Dave Love stars. I could see him doing it. Atlanta could absolutely use Skubal to go up front with Sale in that rotation and make a difference. And Alex Anthopoulos has made big moves at the deadline before, adding David Price and Troy Tulowitzki in the past. And so you could find any number of teams. Milwaukee would be a great place to go. Tampa Bay would be a great place to go. Put them up there with McClanahan or Rasmussen in the rotation. I think that they're going to be players in it. I do. I think Tampa Bay's going to get in. I think the Cubs, though, are the team that really needs to do it. I think Jed Hoyer really needs to make the big move for Skubal and to get that fan base re-engaged in a way that they believe in this team to make a run in the postseason.
light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Thursday night get-together kicks off right now. And you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Fun first hour. Me and Brad broke down the NBA news of the day. The Toronto Raptors are saying freeze to that Kawhi Leonard trade. They're going to wait until the NBA concludes their investigation into Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers on whether or not they circumvented the salary cap and funneled in $28 million from a now bankrupt fraud company in Aspiration. Because if Adam Silver did bring down the hammer, you could be looking at a year suspension or more for Kawhi Leonard. So the Raptors are saying in a statement, whoa, we're not assuming any discipline that comes Kawhi's way. And so that trade is on hold. Brad and I both think it's going to probably get pushed through with ease here in the next week or two, but you never know. So we talked about that. We broke down the latest from the Cleveland Browns and their Cleveland Browns. Yeah, Cleveland Browns. That sounds weird saying. I don't know why it felt weird saying because they've been so terrible. We broke down the latest, and that is James Palmer reporting that Shedeur Sanders has closed the gap on Deshaun Watson. Who do you think should be the starting quarterback for the Brownies for week 1? And then we did our segment, Let's Go Streaking, just before this current segment. So again, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Brad, I know you're itching for fantasy football. I know it's we're all dying for football season. And yeah, you need your well, here's the fix. Here's your fix for you. If Sundays aren't enough and setting your fantasy lineup throughout the week for the NFL, how about Saturdays as well? Yahoo Sports, your former employer, is offering a first-of-its-kind college football fantasy experience ahead of the 2026 season. And from what I've read, it features players from the Power 4 conferences plus Notre Dame. And to accommodate the deeper pool of talent in the college game compared to the NFL, the Yahoo Sports College Fantasy Football game, if you will, is going to feature deeper benches and the ability to draft an entire program's offense using team-level aggregate scoring. So, I mean, this feels like a pretty damn good deal to me. I immediately start thinking of the potential drawbacks, which I know we'll get into, but you saw this news get announced today. Your initial thoughts on some potential college fantasy football happening here in the next couple weeks?
Well, to be clear, this is not the first of its kind because when I was an employee at Yahoo and I worked there for over 13 years, we actually offered a college football fantasy game back in 2018. It was introduced then, only survived a couple of seasons, and COVID hit in 2020, and that was a wrap. Then the game went dormant. I think it's a great idea to bring it back, to freshen it up, to add some innovations to the concept as well, because people like gamification of the games that they are watching, whether it's in the NFL, whether it's in the NBA, the NHL, or in the college ranks. And college football is massive. And you could see this, sweep it across college campuses nationwide. Probably going to be really popular in a lot of fraternity houses, maybe some sorority houses as well. People like, the gaming aspect of all the action that they're watching. Now, the game, the first iteration was not all that popular at Yahoo. And, back in the day, you couldn't use player names. The Ohio State quarterback was Dwayne Haskins, an RIP, back in 2018. And it was like Ohio State quarterback number 7. So you could use the player's number. That was Haskins' number in college. But you couldn't actually use a player's name, and that was it. Now, because we live in the NIL era, you can use the player name. So I think it's going to make the attraction all the more palatable for those people that may be novices or have been playing on the side, and maybe they're doing it like by old school methods, keeping tabs of their college football fantasy leagues by, pen and paper and spreadsheets and everything else. I think it's absolutely wonderful. So bravo to my former employer in the Purple Palace era in Yahoo Sports for really unveiling what I think will be a very cool product. And I also love the twist that you just laid out with the ability to draft a team and their accumulation of points as well. So that's a fun little addition to the overall play. And I think they're doing this right as well with the Power Four conferences plus Notre Dame. There's no reason to get like the Coastal Carolinas involved in the world. And some of those, they're still Division I teams. But you got some lackluster defenses, some ridiculous scoring, and a lot of people don't know jack nor squat about any of those teams anyway. So just stick with the big boys, the brand names that people are going to be watching every single minute of the action on every single Saturday of the season. So I think it's wonderful, and it just goes to show that fantasy is in a very good and healthy spot right now, whether you're talking about college or the NFL, because it just draws in audience. It draws in eyeballs, and people's interest raises with that engagement as a result. So love to see it.
Yeah, I'm going to be in. I'm going to be in on this. Don't mince any words here about it. I'm getting in on some Yahoo Sports college football.
How many Illinois players are you willing to draft, Pat?
Oof, I don't know. Off the top of my head, maybe one. Maybe. I'm not going to even lie to you. I couldn't even tell you who's on the Illinois offense right now.
Hey, Caden Hauser. He's going to be the starting quarterback from Illinois. Put up some crooked and sick numbers at East Carolina last year. I'm hearing really good things locally that he is going to be wheeling, he's going to be dealing, and is going to be popping off in Champaign this year. And who's going to be in the stands? This guy.
Yeah. Look, I mean, that's the good thing, and that's why I'm going to be in. That's why I'm going to be playing some Yahoo Sports college fantasy football, because it's going to help. It's going to help me with our show. It's going to help me with my job. I mean, we all love college football. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like for as fanatics as we are, as sick lunatics as we are for the NFL with fantasy football and the sports betting aspect, and just watching the games, whether it's Red Zone or you have multitude of ways to watch the games now. We know almost every single player there is, it feels like, in the NFL, on both offense and defense. College football, unless you're a diehard fan, we watch the games. We put them on. We especially once we get towards December and the college football playoff really starts taking shape, you are then familiar with a lot of teams and their best players. But to be able to do that from the get-go, from the start of the season, I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to help, break down the games better. I think it's going to help have better reactions for our audience. And yeah, it's just it's another way to get yelled at by your significant other. When you're spending too much time on the toilet, and it's actually because you're setting your college football fantasy lineup now, in addition to your NFL fantasy lineup. A better question you should have asked me, and Grant Leader said it in our show chat: how many ND players will I draft? Now we're cooking. Because you bet your ass Jordan Faison, I'm taking him. I'm going CJ Carr coming off his big freshman season. Yeah, I'm gonna be all in on the Notre Dame offensive players. So that was a better question. But Illini, maybe you could twist my arm to take one of them.
Well, yeah, it's a shocker that you're going to go with a multitude of Notre Dame players. Nobody saw that coming remotely at all. Just kind of piggybacking on this, if you rolled out, and I'm going to throw this back at you, if you rolled out a college football red zone type of channel, I think the format you follow is exactly what Yahoo was doing with the college football fantasy idea: Power Four conferences and Notre Dame. Right? We don't give two craps necessarily about the Mountain West, although to a certain extent we do with BYU and some of those other teams that are out there. We don't give a crap about a lot of the other smaller school conferences that are out there, even though Division I mentioned Coastal Carolina earlier. But if you rolled out a red zone channel in college football, that was just the big boys. I think you would have enough material from basically 11 a.m. Central Time, noon Eastern Time, until well after the sun set, to sit and watch 12 hours, 10 hours of nonstop college football. People are going to have betting interests, and now they're going to have fantasy interests as well. That seems like the inevitable next step here to develop something like that. So I don't know. I'm just going to toss it out there. ESPN, some of the big boy channels, Fox, come together with some sort of agreement and cook this up, please. College football red zone, Power 4 schools, and Notre Dame. I'd watch it. I wouldn't even go to another channel the rest of the day, especially if we're commercial free, which it probably won't be because NFL Red Zone's not commercial free anymore. But even if you embedded a couple ads and, brought that out to a wider screen and still had the smaller sub screen with the action on it, there'd be no reason for me to change the channel anyway. So I'm in. Sell me all the ED pills you want.
Yeah. Well,
I'm almost 50. I mean, you never know.
I mean, you're in the age range. You're definitely in the target demo. That's for damn sure. Here, you mentioned it. I think the amount of yellow tape you would need to get through getting ESPN, Fox, NBC for Notre Dame, Big Ten Network, Peacock, which is an umbrella of NBC, but they put their games on there now for the Big Ten Network. All these different, Big Ten Network. They usually don't have huge games, but they do have, Big Ten conference games every single week.
Yeah.
Getting 4 or 5 different entities to come together and agree to somehow split the revenue rights that they would earn, I feel like that's probably where the reality of a college football red zone ends, in my opinion. Because I can already see ESPN saying, "Well, we're ESPN. We have the best games. We have the agreement with the SEC and the Big 12." And no, we're not doing this. We're going to have people.
Well, let me ask you this, Pat. Let me stop you right there. What would you be willing to pay as a consumer and a fan of college football, knowing you're going to have at least one team, maybe upwards of like 3, 4, or 5 teams in your Yahoo College Fantasy Football League? What would you be willing to shell out on a per month basis for a college football styled red zone channel, assuming you got all the Power 4 conferences involved and Notre Dame? What would you pay?
$0. And here's why.
Coward.
Here's why. I have YouTube TV. Yeah. I can already do the multi-view. Yeah. I can cook up my own type of college football red zone. Now, it might not be as seamless and it might not be as appetizing or as good of a product if you had it fed to you and they're going from game to game. And I don't have to, at times you got the multi-view and you're like, it's a little tough to watch, even if you have a big screen TV. And then there's one game that ends, then you got to go and edit the multi. Like, yeah, okay, I understand. But I already pay for YouTube TV. And so all these games, which are on the large networks, I already have accessible. I can already watch them. I can put them in my multi-view. I would not then pay on top of that to go to a different channel that is going to give me those same games that I already have access to. But that's maybe, again, not everybody has YouTube TV.
I have YouTube TV, and I love the quad box feature. You're right there, but I don't like commercials. I just don't. And I don't like stoppages. I want constant, nonstop action. This is why I stock up on adult diapers, Kirkland brand from Costco, every single fall, because there's no reason to get up from my chair or my couch and use the can. I'm just going to go right there. Why would I move a muscle, budge an inch? Because I don't want to miss any of the action. This will give me an excuse to burn exactly 0 calories on a Saturday watching college football for like 10, 12 hours on end. So I'd be willing to pay $9.95. Take my money. Take it. Somebody please get this in the mix. Employ it because there are probably hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people that'd be willing to shell out a crisp Alexander Hamilton per month to watch exactly that.
Now, with the money that people have to pay for YouTube TV, the streaming services combined, we know the exorbitant price to watch every single NFL game this year. You really think $10 a month would do the trick? I think there's no shot to be less than $25-$30 a month.
You're probably right. This is why I'm not an executive at a major media company, because I'd probably get the entire company fired if I rolled out a $9.95 option. But I'm somebody that is a believer in a volume game when it comes to subscription services. So when you have a lower bar, you're going to get more people enticed to come in. Maybe there's the entry rate. Maybe that's $9.95. And then if you like it, mid-season, we're going to raise it to $14.95 or $19.95. But you still, if you lock in early, or maybe you pay for the entire season, get a break, there could be options where you could still afford it to make it more palatable for the consumer. Yeah, I know people are exhausted with subscriptions. I'm one of them as well. I want old school cable, like in the worst way possible. And the closest thing you and I just talked about is YouTube TV. But if this were offered to me, and we're largely commercial free. And again, if you add some of those embedded commercials, I'm okay with it. Got to pay some bills. I totally understand. I'd be willing to shell out $10 a month, maybe as much as $15 a month, not a penny more. So, the people that are sitting up in, those high areas, high on the horse, so to speak, and those high level executives, think about the little guy. Think about how they're already pinching pennies in this economy. So make it affordable and bring in the volume and make all the cash and everybody wins. But yes, I understand there's a lot of hurdles, a lot of discussion that need to take place. In a perfect world, $9.95, Power 4 conferences in Notre Dame, nonstop action wall to wall on a Saturday, and I'm wearing all the adult diapers.
Yeah, don't think I was going to gloss over that, by the way. You wearing adult diapers so you could soil your underoos.
Kirkland, baby. Heck yeah. Industrial strength.
Why do you know the brands? Why do you know the brands? That's what I want to know.
Bro, I was at Costco today. You don't think I was stocking up on Kirkland brand adult diapers? I bought some tequila and some of those. Why not? Football season's around the corner. That's what I do on Sundays. I don't move.
So you already do wear Kirkland adult diapers for what? Football Sundays?
Sure. Why not?
I can't tell if you're being serious or not. That's the sad part. 310-840-4910. Really quickly, one thing with the fantasy football, college fantasy football.
Yeah.
Not to be a Debbie Downer, not to be a party pooper. Are you worried at all? And I think Grant also said this in our show chat, and I was thinking of it as well. Like, are you worried at all about the potential negative blowbacks where we get NFL players that get millions, thousands of messages per week, social media DMs with death threats, the worst kind of curse words, slurs, just because they lose people their fantasy matchups or they don't go over on their yards and people can't handle it? You worried about that now happening to college athletes? And we're in a delicate state as we are right now with the whole Brendan Sorsby thing and the NIL era and pay to play. Are you worried about that becoming a big time negative issue for a lot of these young college athletes, guys that are 19, 20 years old?
Well, they're already getting it from the gambling community. Whether you're, betting a player prop, and those are offered in some states, or just like a standard spread. So there is going to be blowback. The biggest problem that we have right now is social media. The instant accessibility you have to a lot of these athletes. My advice to a Division I college football athlete or any athlete whatsoever that is worried about this, don't go on social media, bruh. Just basically shut it down for the entire season. Concentrate on your studies. Concentrate on the game. Concentrate on your teammates, your family, your friends. And don't be distracted by the morons that are out there. They're in the thousands. And they're always looking for a scapegoat because they can't accept the man in the mirror. I mean, cue the Michael Jackson in the background and the decisions that they make. Oh, how dare you drop that? Oh, what do you mean you didn't throw for 300 yards? What do you mean you didn't win my fantasy matchup this week? I deplore you. I hate you. Those people are the weakest individuals that exist on planet Earth. And they're just looking for that scapegoat because they can't accept their porous and wrong decisions that they made. You just got to grin and bear it. Whether you're a player that's involved and on social media, whether you're one of these fantasy players as well. The blowback it's unavoidable. It's inevitable. It's going to occur. It is a downside, but just turn a blind eye to it and carry on. That's my advice.
And trust me, good advice. I think it's a little easier said than done, where so many of these athletes nowadays use social media to, put out their paid sponsorships from NIL sponsorships that they're getting. Like, hey, just make sure
they're pros,
the contract
Pat.
will pay a. What'd you say?
They're pros. Effectively, that's how a pro game is. If you're getting kickbacks, if you're getting paid to advertise to a local HVAC company or whatever it is, and you're out there in the media, you're a professional athlete. So this goes with the territory. Again, you got to grin and bear it, accept it, and carry on.
Yeah, and I also think just saying, hey, to some 19-year-old, you might have just gotten death threats and called every word in the book here by with 50 DMs, but just ignore it, just stay off. So like that's a little easier said than done on that realm as well. So again, you and I are normal people. We are normal, sane people, rational people that wouldn't go ahead and message a college athlete and blame them. But again, you're in this new college football fantasy league, and let's say you get a bunch of your buddies and you each put $1,000 on the line, and then you lose the championship by 1/10 of a point because a receiver from Alabama drops a ball in the end zone in the fourth quarter. Again, and then you go ahead and DM this athlete. What are they going to say? Oh, this is all happening because of a college football fantasy league now that was started. So again, I always think of the potential negative blowbacks, but this does seem like an awesome idea. And, again, just as with anything that we have evolved into, legalized sports betting, fantasy football, I feel like has always been legal, but you know what I'm saying? All the negative effects that have come with that. You're right. There probably is going to be some that come with it. That's just the nature of the beast. 310-840-4910. You got anything else, Dad? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're one of those athletes, the block and mute buttons, they're your friend.
They are. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll hit our 3-point stance on the Minnesota Vikings as we're going through team by team here, working our way through the order of the NFL draft. We are on number 17 now with the Vikings. Big season ahead for Kevin O'Connell and Kyler Murray. Which players should you be expecting to have a big year? And do you think the Vikings bounce back and make the playoffs this season? We'll debate when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Who would crack the top 10 all-time starters that I've seen? And where would Justin Verlander fit on that list? Well, after sitting down, after kind of putting it all together, he falls short of the top 5. I could not put him in the top 5. And I'm going to work my way from 1 down to 10. And I think my answers for a couple of these are going to surprise you, because my number one pitcher that I've seen in my lifetime, not throwing a great Mariano Rivera in there because we excluded relief pitchers, starting pitchers. The most dominant, the most impressive starting pitcher of my lifetime, without question, is Pedro Martinez. And I know he does not have the longevity that you're going to get from a Clemens, that you're going to get from a Greg Maddux or a Randy Johnson. But the bottom line is this. At the peak of their prowess, was there ever a starter better than 99, 2000 Pedro Martinez? The answer to that question for me is No. So I am going to take that. I am going to supersede that over any of the longevity factors that you could throw into the equation. Pedro was always going to have that top spot for me. And the numbers aren't going to back it up, but the eye test is going to back it up. And this comes from somebody that absolutely detested Pedro Martinez when he pitched for the Boston Red Sox. So I think it shows you I'm giving you an element of fair and balanced and reasonable all in the same sentence. So I am putting Pedro in that top spot. Now, I don't want to hear about steroids. I don't care about steroids. 2, 3, and 4, I think you're splitting hairs, honestly, between these three guys. I have Clemens in the 2 spot. I then put Randy Johnson 3rd, and then I put Greg Maddux 4th. Is there a case to be made that Randy Johnson could be ahead of Roger Clemens? Potentially. And I did dock those guys a little bit because there were some shady postseason moments for all of them. Roger Clemens had plenty of postseason duds. Randy Johnson, despite the 2001 World Series winning co-MVP with Kurt Schilling, there were World Series duds. I mean, they're all, listen, Clemens is 7-time Cy Young. He's got MVP. Randy Johnson was a 10-time Cy Young at 5 Cy Youngs. But 10-time All-Star, 5 Cy Youngs, and Maddux was an 8-time All-Star, 4 Cy Youngs. So they all had a different craft about the way they went about their business. All dominant nonetheless. So I think that top 4 is really tough to crack. 5, I went with Roy Halladay. And he didn't have the longevity that Verlander put together, that Clayton Kershaw put together. I docked Clayton Kershaw because how many times did I watch Clayton Kershaw go and basically wet the bed in every postseason and every World Series start that you saw him pitch? Like, I'm penalizing him for that. I saw Roy Halladay go and throw a freaking no-hitter in a playoff game. Roy Halladay, who won multiple Cy Youngs, who, from an eye test standpoint, wowed me in many ways, more so than a guy like Justin Verlander. So my top 5, Pedro, Clemens, Johnson, Maddux, Halladay. Now, where does Verlander fit in? I had him right below Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw, better regular season pitcher. Verlander, better in the postseason. Verlander's ahead of Scherzer. Scherzer's got a really good resume. He doesn't have an MVP. He doesn't have multiple championships. And there's a great rivalry between those two guys. So that was close. Verlander, Scherzer. And then I rounded out my list. 9th on my list was John Smoltz. He's got to be there. All-time great postseason performer. Starter, reliever. Brilliant, brilliant pitcher. And 10, I didn't go with Tom Glavine. Maybe this is the Yankee homer in me talking. I put CC Sabathia there because of what he did in 2008 for the Milwaukee Brewers. Then you throw in the fact that he goes to the Yankees in his first year and he wins a Cy Young.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Great song. Take
Oh,
me
yeah.
to your best friend's house. I'm making it out. Oh, yeah. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. I didn't know if that had the lyrics in it or not. I was going to see if Peyton, our guy in Westwood One Studios, maybe would crank that back up if there was lyrics. If not, don't worry about it, Peyton. I think he turned it up real quick and then he turned it back down.
Negative on the lyrics, boys.
It did not have the lyrics?
No, that is the instrumental version.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
No problem.
all right, we'll take it.
I'll sing over it. I'll sing very poorly, terribly over it. So there you go. A good song. Good pick there. Peyton's on top of things. We love it. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. You could call, you could text. Let's talk some Vikings. Shall we, Brad? Because
yeah, let's do it.
There is maybe no more polarizing team in the NFL going into 2026 than the Minnesota Vikings. They went with their guy, J.J. McCarthy, last year. And after week 1 against your Chicago Bears, where he orchestrated a monster fourth quarter comeback, doing it with his legs, doing it with his arm, we all saw the flaws. We knew the flaws going into his second year of his NFL career after he tore his meniscus before he even got to show what he could do in his rookie season. That opened the door for Sam Darnold. Hello. J.J. McCarthy, after that week 1 game, he stunk up the joint. And then he got hurt again. And then he came back, and he was still terrible. And then they went to Max Brosmer. And then they finished the year with J.J. McCarthy once Carson Wentz, ripped his shoulder out of his socket. Max Brosmer got one chance, and he was absolutely god-awful. And J.J. McCarthy, he didn't finish the season all that poorly. He started 4 of the final 5 games, during which the Vikings went 4-0. They won 5 games to end the year. But, I mean, does anybody even remember that? Everybody kind of remembers the first half of the season, which was terrible, one of the worst completion percentages in NFL history in a single season. The Vikings start out 4-8. They do finish 9-8, but they miss the playoffs. And then the offseason, they take the big swing, not necessarily a big swing, but a swing, because they only had to pay him the veteran minimum $1.3 million. But they take the swing on Kyler Murray, and by all intents and purposes, he is the starting quarterback this year for the Minnesota Vikings, with J.J. McCarthy still lurking as the backup. Carson Wentz is coming back, by the way. I found that to be a huge shock. So you got a crowded quarterback room, but we're going to see if Kyler Murray can recreate himself under the leadership and the offensive genius of Kevin O'Connell. This decision could end up costing a couple of people their jobs for the Minnesota Vikings if this thing does not work out here, Brad. But, I mean, this defense should be pretty damn good once again. I mean, they're the reason that they won 5 in a row to end the year. We know Brian Flores is coming back for another season, and we know what he can do with that blitz all night long. So, you know how I feel about Kyler Murray. Not a big fan. I think he hit his peak. I don't think he's a winning player, but I think you tend to be a little bit more optimistic on the Minnesota Vikings' chances this season, don't you?
Well, yeah, because I think you're giving Kyler Murray a bad rap. Look, I know recency bias is a hell of a drug, and I know he was terrible. I mean, he was living in a local dumpster, it seemed like, last season when he was on the field to a certain extent. I know he only played 5 games, certainly regressed over the last couple of seasons, but the miniature dachshund of Minnesota, and thank you to one of our listeners for that recommendation of a nickname. I used to call him the dachshund of the desert, Kyler Murray, because he's built like a dachshund. He's got the short little legs. He can really scurry about. A guy that was efficient not that long ago, and still, relatively young. And I think the experience and the weaponry, man, around him is a massive slam of the upgrade button. You got Justin Jefferson, who is hell-bent on exacting his revenge on the league. He only scored 2 touchdowns last season in 17 games, barely over 1,000 yards. Terribly underutilized, and he underperformed as a result. He's got to storm back with a vengeance in my mind. I think Jordan Addison's one of the most underrated WR2s in the league. You got TJ Hawkinson there. Aaron Jones ain't too shabby as a pass catcher out of the backfield as well. Juwan Jennings coming over from San Francisco as your WR3. A guy's a pretty good run blocker as well, can do a little bit of everything and operate out of the slot, can work outside. Like, I like the weapons. You mentioned the genius of Kevin O'Connell. That applies. That is going to boost the potential of Kyler Murray and the offensive line as well. He didn't have one in Arizona, and he's got what I feel a borderline top 10 offensive line in terms of pass blocking, run blocking, any kind of blocking. They're going to be able to hold dudes up, give the miniature dachshund in Minnesota the extra time in the pocket to read, react, and hopefully make precise throws. And last thing I'll throw out at you Yeah, I know he played 5 games last year, but in those 5 games, Pat, believe it or not, Kyler Murray was number 4 in the NFL in adjusted completion percentage. I think you got this completely wrong. He's going to exceed your very low expectations.
Now I will, and that's, you want to toss out the adjusted completion percentage, that is fine. Let me remind you some of those teams he played: New Orleans Saints in week 1, Carolina Panthers in week 2, playoff team, yes, not that good of a defense. Their defense came on the rest of the season. The Niners defense, who got hurt immediately to start the year, they're playing backups for most of the season. Seattle in week 4, where he threw 2 picks, and the Titans in week 5. Again, recency bias could be a help from it to a certain degree. I just, also, correct me if I'm wrong, when Jacoby Brissett stepped in, he seemed to have no problem putting up yards and putting up points. Granted, the defense was so damn terrible, and they were behind by 20 points, and so it was basically, you had teams, I don't know if I'd say prevent defense, but making sure they kept everything underneath. Jacoby Brissett had no problem getting the ball to Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison and Trey McBride, and they lost both their starting running backs as well. So that's why I think, wow, you're getting outplayed by Jacoby Brissett. You're 7-8 years into your career. It seems like you peaked all the way back in year 2 or year 3 whenever they made the playoffs, whatever season that was, and you haven't been the same player since. The team literally had to put a clause in your contract that you've got a mandatory study and watch more film because you're too busy playing Call of Duty. You're getting a second chance on life here. Yes, he does have Justin Jefferson to throw the ball to. I do love the addition of Jawan Jennings, who they got very, very cheaply, if I may add.
Yes, they did.
They did. And they've got a timeshare running back tandem of Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason, not to mention a rookie who I really like, who we'll talk about in a second. I'm sorry. I just don't think that Kyler Murray is that good of a quarterback. And I guess that's going to be the one big debate that we've had here going into this season. Another one being who's going to have a better year, Jacoby Brissett or Aaron Rodgers. I think it's Rodgers. You think it's Brissett. But I'm just not a believer in Kyler Murray at this stage in his career. So I would like for him to prove me wrong. But I just feel like the best years for him, I know he's young. I know he's not that old. We're not talking about physical decline. But I just think the best years of him as a quarterback are already behind him. So with that being said, though, there's going to be some very popular and tasty options on this Minnesota Vikings team once we get to fantasy football season here in a short order. And so, Brad, we always do our 3-point stance, best fantasy value, favorite player prop play, and finally over or under on team wins. Who do you think is bringing you the best fantasy football value from the Minnesota Vikings?
Oh, it's the man of the moment. It's Kyler Murray. And I'm going to be heavily invested in him, especially in Superflex formats. I'm at a draft right now. I'm just waiting patiently for him to fall to me because he's going to, right now, quarterback 20, 113.42 overall in single quarterback leagues. So you're getting him considerably after pick number 100 overall. And I think he's going to turn a nice and handsome profit this season. He's got the 7th easiest fantasy strength of schedule for a quarterback. I mentioned the quarterback 4 rating and adjusted completion percentage last year. But again, better offensive line, better offensive mind, and Kevin O'Connell. And Drew Petzing did a really good job, I thought, with him in those 5 games. Of course, you mentioned Jacoby Brissett, so he deserves some credit. But look at the weaponry, man, with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson and Aaron Jones and Jawan Jennings. And the one thing as well we cannot forget, I already mentioned the offensive line. I think it's going to be a borderline top 10 unit. But if you look over the history of Kyler Murray's career, this is his finish in fantasy among quarterbacks: 11, 3, 4, 7, 12, 12, and 20 last year. And that's on a per game basis, not an accumulation, on a per game basis. He is going to get back to, I believe, at least a top 15 level. It would not remotely shock me if he is inside the QB1 class in 12-team leagues when the dust settles at the end of the season. You're getting him at a quarterback 20 right now. All I got to say is discount, baby. That's like buy one, get one beers. I'm totally in.
Okay, and at that, if you're talking about Kyler Murray at a discount later on in your drafts, okay. I just be warned. Just be warned. There is value. I will. That is the definition of value. I will give you that. But I mean, is he? And again, I know fantasy is obviously different, and especially with him, he could use his legs. But is Kyler Murray the 20th best quarterback in the NFL? I don't think he is. Fantasy wise, he might be, and that's all that counts for this for this argument. I'm going to give you a name shot out of a cannon here, a name that not a lot of people know of. But I think from everything I've read about the Vikings coming out of OTAs and mandatory minicamp, and as we get closer to the official training camp here, it's a name that I'm going to keep some very close tabs on. And it's a guy that I might take in my final round of my fantasy league once things pop off here in the next couple of weeks. And that is the 6th round rookie running back, Demond Claiborne out of Wake Forest. They got him 198th overall. And coming out of OTAs, Brad, Aaron Jones has already given him a comp of Jahmyr Gibbs. I already see some folks on social media calling him Diet Devon Achane. And this is a guy that runs, it's a guy that runs a 4.37 40-yard dash. And from what I read about what Kevin O'Connell said, and again, didn't say a lot, but briefly about him, they really like his opportunities as a pass-catching running back. And so, of course, you're in a standard 1-point PPR league, then your eyes should be lighting up as a opportunity to grab this guy, maybe with your last round pick, instead of throwing it away on somebody that, you might think might come around here in week 8 or week 9 off of the injured reserve or whatnot. Demond Claiborne, who's running back 68 and has an average draft position of 246. So if you're in a 12-team league, you're talking about your 20th round. That is basically your last round. I think you might be able to strike some gold here right at the end with Demond Claiborne. And here's why. Aaron Jones, he is the pass-catching running back, and he's technically RB1 for the Vikings, but we saw what Jordan Mason did taking over that backfield the first half of the season. Second half of the season, when they're alternating between J.J. McCarthy and a couple of starts of Max Brosmer, everything kind of went haywire. They didn't have anything going. But Jordan Mason seems to be the guy that carries the water. Aaron Jones kind of fell into that secondary role and then kind of reclaimed it at the end when the season was already over, but he's their third down running back. I mean, what do you expect out of Aaron Jones this year? Like what does Aaron Jones get you? What's his ceiling? He had 548 rushing yards and 199 receiving yards last year. He's 31 years old. And even Jordan Mason, I don't think he's just going to be getting, 75, 80% of these touches, no big deal. I think they're going to give some opportunities to this 6th round rookie that had 900 yards rushing last year at Wake Forest and 10 touchdowns, had 1,000 yards the year before that and 11 touchdowns. And has proven, caught 51 balls in his last 2 years combined for the Demon Deacons. I think you might find yourself week 7, week 8, maybe Aaron Jones or Jordan Mason, one of them gets hurt. I mean, it's the NFL and it's a running back. It happens every year. And Demond Claiborne starts getting some opportunities. I think this is one to get late in your draft, stash him, because I think he might get some real good opportunities midway through this season if you get things to bounce your way. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, our favorite player prop play of the season for the Vikings, and over or under 8.5 wins. Plus, Brad's got another pick or two in his Scott Fish fantasy draft. So we'll get an update on that when we return. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I lost way too much money last year fading the Chicago Bears, waiting for the other shoe to drop. So many close victories. Always a market correction with that. Always. Hey, and if you think I'm wrong, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs 2 years ago won an absurd amount of close games. We got a market correction. Even for a team that had Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, all of the pedigree, all of the success, there was a market correction. I think there will be a market correction with Chicago Bears. And I'm a Caleb Williams guy. I love the improv. I love the athleticism. He wowed you in some of these comebacks, especially against Green Bay. The throw against the Rams in the divisional round was amazing. The Bears defense stinks. first place schedule, brutal division. And in order for the Bears to be a bye, it has to be a monstrous leap for Caleb. If it's more of the same from Caleb, fun fourth quarters, uncertain, all sorts of wild unpredictability with a bad defense and a good division and a really tough schedule, and everybody now gunning for the Bears, the Packers twice, the Vikings defense, the Lions, who had a year from hell a season ago. I just think they're the classic case of a team that regresses, because the history of the league tells us the Patriots and the Bears are two types of teams that take steps back for a variety of different reasons.
Yeah, I don't think it is Scooble. I think it's Mason Miller. I think they have to go to San Diego. The Padres desperately need starting pitching, and they desperately need outfield offensive production. Okay, well, you've got, with Fried coming back, and at some point Clark Schmidt coming back, you're going to have Weathers and or Wells that could be moved, along with Dominguez and or Spencer Jones in a deal. And if you have to throw in Elmer Rodriguez, but if I can get Mason Miller at the end of the game and move everybody else up a spot, Bedard into the eighth inning, or Bednar into the eighth inning, and Duvall and others into the seventh, and Cruz into the seventh and sixth, then you protect your starting pitching. You can handle any matchup and situation. You've got a lockdown ninth inning guy, and you're not really hurting yourself in any significant way if you trade away those pieces, because you've got better pieces on your roster that aren't going to be a factor in the postseason. Like, well, the likelihood is that Warren is not going to pitch Wells is not going to pitch Warren's not going to pitch in the postseason. Sorry, in the rotation. So you've got other options where you can go there. I think that Mason Miller is the go-to move.
But if LeBron wants to go and win a championship, there is an obvious fit for me that has not been discussed, and I don't think there's any way he'd go there. But my goodness, if he's willing to take the minimum, and he's got the opportunity to go and play with Jokic. I know the Western Conference right now, the talk is, hey, it's just San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Justifiably so. Jokic is still a top 2 player in the world. He has not lost it. Let's not beat around the bush. The Nugget team has not been any good around him. Get Gordon back. Get LeBron on a minimum contract. That's the spot to go and win a championship. He could do it. LeBron, Murray, Jokic, Gordon, I'm in. Too bad it won't happen.
Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Before we finish off our three-point stance on the Minnesota Vikings, we're going to be joined by a Vikings insider coming up at the top of the hour. Matthew Collar from Purple Insider is going to join us to talk all things purple and gold. All right? Purple and gold. That's what you would say the Vikings colors are. I know they're the purple people eaters, but
yeah,
purple and gold.
That's fair.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so we gave our players who we think bring the best fantasy value for this upcoming season. You think Kyler Murray. I'm going with the long shot, Damon Claiborne, their 6th-round rookie running back from Wake Forest. But Favorite player prop play for the season here, Brad, for the Vikings for you would be what?
Over on Justin Jefferson, 1,150 and a half receiving yards. Again, if I have faith in Kyler Murray, it's going to be a positive effect for a bounce back. And again, he's going to storm back with a vengeance. And Justin Jefferson, all the bling, bling, bling around the neck. It's going to sparkle this year. A guy that was terribly underperforming last season. And I thought that was an anomaly, quite frankly, because you look over his career, 1,400 yards, 1,616 yards. 1,809 yards, 1,074 in just 10 games, 1,533, and then last season in 17 contests, only 1,048. That sticks out like a sore thumb. He is going to be a targets hog. Probably going to see 160 looks from Kyler Murray, assuming he gets 17 games. He's got the 7th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule, and all the advanced data backs it up. Number 9 in YAC last season. Number 21 in average yards of separation per target. Number 21 in yards per route run among all NFL wide receivers. Number 12 in air yards. Number 7 in red zone targets. 8.3 targets per game. The issue was the quarterback play. It was so shoddy. The quarterback rating when he was targeted was only 57.9. This is Justin Jefferson. JJ is going to be dynamite here in 2026, well over, you know what, screw this. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it, guys. 5 in the sledgehammer, let's go! Justin Jefferson, man, don't let me down, baby. You're gonna do it for me, you're gonna do it for Peter Gabriel, and you're going to do it for my little friend.
You are in rare form. That's the second. Is that the second straight night the sledgehammer's been broken out? And that was some kind of feral look you gave while you were giving that. That was scary.
I've been drinking since 7 a.m., Pat.
Wow. Nice. That's on a Thursday? On Thursday?
Why not?
That's bull.
Summer. My wife's out of town. She's halfway across the globe right now. My kids are gone. I'm a man alone. What else can I do?
That's true. That is true. All right, we're going to have to push the Scott Fish fantasy update to next hour. We will do that, but I'll give you mine quickly, and then we'll debate over or under on 8.5 wins for the Vikings. You're going with the number 1 guy, Jay Jettas. Give me the number 2 guy. Give me Jordan Addison, over 649.5 receiving yards.
Love it.
I think this is too low. Again, I know they've added Juwan Jennings into the mix, and I'm not a big fan of Kyler Murray, but again, anybody's an upgrade from J.J. McCarthy. And even despite all that last year, and with Jordan Addison playing only 14 games, he had 610 receiving yards. Year before that, 875. His rookie year, 911. We know how big of a downfield threat he is. And so, again, I'm expecting Jordan Addison to clear this number, honestly, with ease. So give me the over Jordan Addison receiving yards for the season. All right, Brad, finally, over under 8.5 wins. I'm going under. You know how I feel about Kyler Murray. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. I think they're probably 8-9 or 7-10. I know the defense can be good, very good with Brian Flores, but I still don't think this is a playoff team. Give me under on Minnesota. What do you think?
Yeah, 8.5's too high. I think Captain Hook, Shiver Me Timber is going to come into play here. I'll take the under as well. I think it's 8 wins right on the nose. Mike Clay only projection for 7.5 gives them a 50% or greater win probability in only 5 games. I'm with you, man. We're locked hand in hand for once about Minnesota and their personnel. So I will take the under on 8.5.
Oh, there you go. All right. The man who loves Kyler Murray doesn't think he can get 9 wins for the Vikings.
For fantasy, we got to qualify it, Pat.
That's right. All right, we'll take a short break. We're going to talk some more Vikings. We'll bring in an expert. Matthew Collar's coming up next here on BetMGM tonight. The man from Purple Insider will join us next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight.
How can you present a stretch of baseball for what we've seen over the last 3 weeks and then sit there and tell me, yeah, guess what? You're still going to be favorites to go and win the American League. We did this last year, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Everyone was dismissive of the Toronto Blue Jays all regular season. Oh, their run differential's not any good. Oh, just wait until October. Oh, it will be a different script when they match up in the postseason. And then we all lived it. We all watched it. The Yankees died like dogs. There's something missing within the intestinal fortitude of this team. And I'm a dope and an idiot for a variety of different reasons, which we'll get to when we detail some of the bets I made in the 2025 NFL season. But I thought it was different with this Yankee group. Because when Aaron Judge went down a few weeks ago and the general consensus around the sport was, what are the Yankees going to do? I'm proclaiming, hey, Yankees are going to be fine. Ben Rice, he's in a home run derby. He's an all-star. He can carry the offense. Cody Bellinger, he's an all-star. He's going to pick up the slack. Jazz Chisholm, Trent Grisham, on and on we go. Yankees can't score.
I think the Cubs really need to get some starting pitching. You know, they're going to be a playoff team, but they have just not had the kind of starting pitching that they need. I think the Cubs could look. It's certainly a Dombrowski move in Philadelphia. It's, Dave Love stars. I could see him doing it. Atlanta could absolutely use Skubal to go up front with Sale in that rotation and make a difference. And Alex Anthopoulos has made big moves at the deadline before, adding David Price and Troy Tulowitzki in the past. And so you could find any number of teams. Milwaukee would be a great place to go. Tampa Bay would be a great place to go. Put them up there with McClanahan or Rasmussen in the rotation. I think that they're going to be players in it. I do. I think Tampa Bay's going to get in. I think the Cubs, though, are the team that really needs to do it. I think Jed Hoyer really needs to make the big move for Skubal and to get that fan base re-engaged in a way that they believe in this team to make a run in the postseason.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Thursday night shebang kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, we just got done going through our 3-point stance on the Minnesota Vikings, talking a little fantasy football on them, what to expect from which player, and the big questions going into this year overall. But let's go and bring in an expert now to break down all the answers that we're looking for here. Let's go to our guest line and bring in Matthew Collar, who is from Purple Insider, covers the Minnesota Vikings. You can find him on Twitter at Matthew Collar, Coller. Matthew, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm just sort of sitting around waiting for this quarterback competition to begin and then wondering how long it's going to last. So, we've been kind of talking about it since minicamp. I'm kind of like ready for it to go. And then the Vikings have one of the latest starting points for their training camp. So what are they hiding about the quarterback competition? That's the question. I'm just kidding.
You took the words right out of my mouth leading into my first question here. So, yeah, Kevin O'Connell not committing to a starting QB for the 2026 recently, even though they did go and sign Kyler Murray in the offseason for the veteran minimum. We know J.J. McCarthy is still on the roster. That's got to be such an awkward offseason for him. Carson Wentz still on the team as well. So you said it. You alluded to it. KOC said he's not running a closed competition. But, I mean, let's be honest. It would be a stunner if Kyler Murray is not under center for week 1, barring any preseason injury, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because, when you look at Kyler Murray's career, it is certainly not flawless. He would not be a Minnesota Viking if it was. But also, there are a lot of high moments throughout his career. There are stretches like he has played like an MVP. I mean, 2021 was, by Pro Football Focus, a top 10 season and a lot of other metrics too. And then even when you go back to 2024, so not that long ago, he was the 12th best quarterback in the league by PFF. And he had a lot of good numbers. And he had a lot of good games, but no one saw them because it was the 2024 Arizona Cardinals, right? And they went 8-9. They were a mediocre team. They struggled. And then last year, he gets injured early in the season. They decide they're not going to keep playing him. Say what you will, whether that was them trying to tank or whether, they just wanted to go with Jacoby Brissett. But they did go 1-11 after he left. And I believe since Jonathan Gannon arrived in Arizona, they are 2-19 when Kyler Murray doesn't play. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that the Arizona Cardinals organization should be looked at a lot for some of Kyler Murray's, lack of winning there, and not just him. He's a flawed quarterback, no doubt about it. But, when you look at this Vikings team, the weapons that they could put around and the recent success that they've had, a winning season despite having about the 28th best quarterback play in the NFL last year, that if they were to get the 13th or 14th best quarterback play in the league with Brian Flores on the defensive side, with the weapons that they have with Kevin O'Connell, I think he still knows how to coach, even though it didn't go that well last year. I think a lot of people believe with Kyler that they can be a seriously competitive team in the NFC. So that does make it really tough for J.J. McCarthy. And, a lot of people use NFL for not for long. I would say it's not fair league. Like the league has not been fair to J.J. McCarthy. He got hurt right away, didn't get a chance to develop. And then, oh, by the way, you have to follow a guy who won 14 games with basically the same team that's all looking at you saying, well, actually, you have to be better than that somehow. So, he was thrown into a tough situation where he didn't really get a lot of time to develop. He had, I think, 4 different injuries last year that also stunted his development. But as Kevin O'Connell told us at the Combine, the timeline has changed for this team. O'Connell's under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of veteran players on this team. They can't really wait around. So I think in a dream scenario, J.J. McCarthy turns into, the next Randall Cunningham or something in 1998, plays awesome in training camp, blows Kyler Murray out of the water, and then is their franchise quarterback. That's what would be incredible for the organization. But it's unlikely that J.J. McCarthy went from being one of the worst quarterbacks statistically in the league last year to a couple months later here figuring it out, and he's got it all set. I mean, I think he's got the talent to be a starter, but I don't think that he's ready for that right now.
So, Matthew, what do you think will happen to the quarterback who doesn't win this competition? I'm going to give you my thoughts. I think Carson Wentz is going to be the backup no matter what happens. So I'll ask you to whoever loses this competition between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, what do you think? One gets traded, released? What do you think happens to the loser of this QB competition?
Yeah, I think that if the loser of the competition is Kyler Murray, then it makes all the sense in the world to trade him to someone else. I mean, the Cleveland Browns would be thrilled to have any version of Kyler Murray, even the one that's had down seasons, right? But, I think that if it's J.J. McCarthy, I struggle to see the upside of trading him away unless there's a team that is going to give you a first or second round draft pick. And then okay, all right, well, if he's not going to be the long-term starter, if you don't really believe in him, if you don't like how he looked at training camp, then, hey, if you can get that, then of course. But a third or a fourth round draft pick, I mean, this is a team that has gotten to at least its third string quarterback twice in the last 4 years. And so I think Kevin O'Connell's a little shaken by that. I mean, last year, everyone who watched football on Christmas remembers Max Brosmer with like 8 net yards, right? I mean, they don't want to have that happen again. And there's definitely a world with Kyler, who has been banged up at times, including last year, where what if he plays the first 5 games of the season and gets an injury, and then you're trying to start Carson Wentz for 12 weeks? I think Wentz can absolutely start for 5 weeks, and last year he was okay as a backup quarterback for 4 or 5 weeks. But if you're trying to go through the rest of the season, I think you would need J.J. McCarthy. And, quarterback can be so unpredictable. I mean, there have been quarterbacks through the years that we have thought are absolutely toast and then turn into good quarterbacks. Teams have almost gotten rid of certain guys, and then they end up being their franchise quarterback. I mean, the Carolina Panthers were thinking about trading Bryce Young. He's still there. People are talking about him on, the upswing. So I think with McCarthy, you could absolutely imagine a situation where Murray plays, gets hurt, McCarthy comes in, shows a great deal of an improvement, and then all of a sudden the Vikings quarterback situation looks different. I think after this year, it would make a lot more sense to trade McCarthy, unless it's just a totally toxic situation. They can't stand to have him in the building. I mean, I doubt that's going to happen. So I think that McCarthy would continue to stay, but if it's Murray, he would more likely be traded.
Matthew, Pat and I are very split on what to make of Kyler Murray in Minnesota this year. The diminutive quarterback, however, has an elite weapon to pepper with targets in Justin Jefferson. Off a disappointing campaign in which he scored only twice and barely crossed 1,000-yard mark in 17 games. How confident are you Justin Jefferson bounces back? What's your fearless forecast on his final stat line this fall?
Yeah, I mean, I would be buying this with Justin Jefferson in part because if we go back and look at how DeAndre Hopkins performed with Kyler Murray, and even, Trey McBride was much more of a wide receiver than he was a tight end in Arizona. Yeah. And I think that was the main reason why Kyler was throwing so many short passes, was because Trey McBride was the only guy that he trusted. And I have had the very challenging task of watching back the last 2 years of Arizona Cardinals football, and it's ruined my summer. But watching their other weapons, Marvin Harrison Jr. has just not become anywhere near what he was expected to be. He struggles to separate. He dropped balls last year. There were times where he was running wrong routes. I mean, it was a hard watch. And I am now on what is this? It's going to be year 7 of watching Justin Jefferson up close. He doesn't have those problems. I can tell you that. I mean, he is still the most talented receiver in the NFL. And last year, J.J. McCarthy just couldn't find him. But Jefferson, when he played with Darnold, he was an elite top weapon. When Nick Mullins had to play in 2023, he was an elite weapon. When he played with Kirk, he was an elite weapon. So every veteran quarterback that has played in Kevin O'Connell's offense, which is built entirely around Justin Jefferson, has had a lot of success. I think the one issue that I have with Kyler Murray's game is that he bails too quickly on a lot of looks. especially over the middle. And I know that's probably a height issue, but they do love to throw with Justin Jefferson over the middle of the field. So you could see some potential times where Jefferson maybe gets frustrated. He's not being found. Kyler's bailing too early, scrambling, things like that. But for the most part, I mean, when DeAndre Hopkins was there, he threw him the ball a metric ton. So I am expecting that for Jefferson. I mean, there's certainly a question about what the Vikings' upside would be with Kyler Murray, like how far you can actually go with him as your quarterback. But I think in terms of will he throw it to his number one guy, at least the history says yes, he will.
Well, Matthew, let's go ahead and stick with the wide receivers on this team. Give us your general thoughts on Jordan Addison and fresh-faced Juwan Jennings coming over from San Francisco. Do you feel Addison is one of the most underrated WR2s in the league? And what will Jennings bring to the table in his first year with the Vikes?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Addison, I think every guy on this team, all the weapons, including TJ Hawkinson, you would be saying, look, if you even get just reasonable quarterback play, these guys are going to be so much better than they were last year because it was nowhere near reasonable. I mean, I think J.J. McCarthy threw more than 24 passes like twice all last year. I'm sure if Kyler Murray is the quarterback, they will ask him to actually throw the ball sometimes. And I could see them getting, behind in some games more than they were last year and having to kind of throw their way back into it. But as far as Addison goes, he's the guy that needs the biggest bounce back because it wasn't just J.J. McCarthy's fault for Addison last year. His drop rate was triple what it usually is. There were some shocking mistakes that he made that we just haven't seen him make before. And so I think that there's a lot of pressure on him. Plus, there's been off-field stuff with him pretty much every year since he came into the league. But in terms of a talent, his ability to separate, his ability to go up and get it, if Kyler Murray gives him a chance to go get jump balls, it's surprising because Addison is so small, but he is fantastic at going up and getting the ball. I think that Juwan Jennings could be the guy who's left out of the party a little bit. It's a great signing, I think, for the Vikings in terms of he's a great run blocker. He's a great possession wide receiver. And if Kyler wants to get rid of the ball quickly, that underneath stuff I think will help with Juwan Jennings. But I also don't believe the Vikings want to throw the ball 650 times. I think, they realized last year that, you can lean a little bit more into the run game and defense. And I think they want to kind of try to control and contain things with Kyler Murray, which has not been easy for his other coaches. So I don't know if you can have everybody have their maximum season. So if Juwan Jennings got something like 40 to 50 catches, I think that would be pretty solid and it would be effective for them. But I don't see, unless there's an injury, like a massive upside for Jennings, kind of like it was in San Francisco when they had their injuries.
We're talking to Matthew Collar here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And Matthew covers the Minnesota Vikings for Purple Insider. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at Matthew Collar, Coller. We're talking all things Vikings here as we're just a couple of weeks away from training camp. Matthew, is there any scenario here where Kevin O'Connell is on the hot seat this year? I mean, I think he's a fantastic offensive coach, made magic happen with Kirk Cousins in 22, Sam Darnold in 2024, but missed the playoffs in 2023 and last year. Again, despite the statistical showings of J.J. McCarthy, and they had to start Max Brosmer for a couple of games. But, I mean, if it doesn't work with Kyler Murray this year, do you think there's a reality where Kevin O'Connell is on the hot seat?
Yeah, it's a really tough question because when we add up the usual football things that happen when coaches are on the hot seat, Kevin O'Connell's got a few of them. I mean, he has not won a playoff game yet. That's a pretty big problem. It's unusual that a team lets go their quarterback and he wins the Super Bowl, but the Vikings did that, and Kevin O'Connell, even though he wasn't the guy that got fired, was also responsible for that. Having the GM already be fired and a new GM hired also would be one of those, market indicators of, is it pointing toward you're under a lot of pressure? And this ownership has not tolerated missing the playoffs for multiple years. Mike Zimmer missed 2 years in a row. He was out. You go back to Leslie Frazier, had a down year. He got fired. So they have put a lot of pressure on their coaches to win every single year. But the thing with O'Connell is I do believe that the ownership really buys into him as the front door of the franchise, the culture he's created, the fact that, the team could be 4-8 last year, still end up finishing with a winning record despite all the things that happened with the quarterback and everything else, never losing the locker room, which I think is really important. And I also believe that O'Connell has the offensive mind, has the offensive scheme. Justin Jefferson and O'Connell are very, very close, and there's going to be a crossroads with Jefferson probably after this year. Like, are you staying long-term or not? So I think that I wouldn't go there. I would not use hot seat. I would say there's a lot of pressure on him, but I would not say, oh man, if they don't make the playoffs, they don't win, that he's probably out. I think that he's got a longer leash than that here.
And so just as a follow-up there, because, again, if there's anybody that is going to be making that decision, I think folks would want to know who is that up to, along with any trades that happened this year, player personnel, like I said, coaching decisions. So what's the situation look like in the front office this year? Because you had Rob Brzezinski, who is their VP of football operations, kind of handle things, including the draft. From everything that I was reporting that I, consumed, is that it was kind of Rob Brzezinski handling most of the draft after they fired, you mentioned GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. There was also, I feel like, some scenarios and some chatter like, oh, wow, could Kevin O'Connell actually be head coach, GM, like the next coming of Bill Belichick here? And then they hired Nolan Teasley just over a month ago to be their official GM. So I guess from what you've covered and what you know about the team in the last couple of weeks here since, who would be making any big-time decisions on coaching or player personnel here for this season?
Yeah, when it comes to the decision on the coach, that is 100% ownership. The general manager has absolutely nothing to do with the coach's fate. Like if a coach is going to get fired, it's 100% the ownership that's making that decision. And I'm sure that there would be some influence from the general manager or from other people in the front office or whatever it might be, but they've made that very clear to us over the years. Like they are the ones that make that call, and the head coach reports directly to the owner. The head coach does not report to the GM. It was a fascinating offseason to see how it played out, though, because, the draft seemed like the coaches were really involved with the draft, which I thought was a good thing because I could see the path for the players. You could see the buy-in from the coaches with the players that they drafted. And then you bring in a totally new general manager. That dynamic is going to be really fascinating with him and Brian Flores and also Kevin O'Connell, because they kind of got to have a lot of influence this last offseason, but is that going to change? If they start out, 5-2 or something, are they going to go out and get some big name player, trade away our future draft capital, when I think Nolan Teasley was brought here mainly to turn around the draft? I mean, if there was one thing that was really not good under Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, it was this team's drafting was just downright awful outside of a couple of first round picks that have worked out. So I think that could be somewhat of a clash there, and they're going to have to, figure out how to get on the same page. If they don't, then that could weigh into a decision by the Wilfs. But I really do think that the Wilfs being the Vikings owners, I really think that they like Kevin O'Connell a lot. They like this situation a lot. And I think Teasley is probably going to settle down the front office from some disruptive times under Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, where it was a little bit like, who's making these decisions? Is everybody having their voice heard in the right way? So I feel like they made the right call in hiring someone from the complete outside to change things around. But if you're a coach, like, once again, it's one of those market indicators, right? If you're a coach and they're already bringing in a new GM and he's not your guy, it's not someone you know from the past, that relationship is going to be something we're paying a lot of attention to.
Matthew, last one for me. Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason should work as a tandem in the backfield this season. What do you foresee the workload split between the two being? Is it going to be 60-40 Jones to Mason, more 50-50? Also, what's the upside of rookie Damon Claiborne? Is he a sneaky sleeper in this backfield?
So I think that in Purple Insider is calling the plays world, Jordan Mason would be getting the vast majority of the carries. In the Kevin O'Connell is calling the plays world, I think Aaron Jones is still going to get close to a 50-50 split until that separates itself. And this is no disrespect to Jones, who's had an amazing career. but there's only so much you can ask of a running back at this age. I mean, I know that talking about a 32-year-old man is ancient sounds funny, but like from a running back standpoint, you go through history, it's very hard to find many guys who even averaged more than like 4.2 yards per carry at Aaron Jones's age. So if it starts to kind of play itself out that way, they may have to lean on Mason, but they just trust Aaron Jones so much. He is the pass protecting guy, always understands his assignment. He's got great hands in the backfield. He's super high IQ, all those things. And Mason is not a very good pass protector, is a zero impact player in the passing game, but is a beast when he gets the ball in his hands. So I would prefer to kind of have the guy who's a beast back there, but, coaches often go with the guys that they trust. I think in order for Damon Claiborne to make an impact, there would have to be injuries for those other guys, which of course is always possible at the running back position. But I think that the fantasy world that has really been talking a lot about Damon Claiborne might be getting ahead of themselves. I mean, we are talking about a 6th-round draft pick and somebody who is undersized. He has great quickness. I mean, he stands out to you even in minicamp and OTAs with his agility and quickness. Like, who he is right away. But he has, very little experience. He played at Wake Forest. His numbers weren't even that great at Wake Forest. So you're kind of like, okay, I get it. Like, I see it, and I see the potential path for it if there's injuries. But they even have another running back on the team, Xavier Scott, who is more experienced last year, and they might trust a little bit more right away. And I think that's the key word when I think of O'Connell in the backfield, has always been, who is he going to trust the most? I mean, I've kind of seen this play out with a couple other players. Ty Chandler, one off season, was the fantasy hero, and everyone's talking about how Ty Chandler was going to, take this big step. Never really came to fruition. So I'm a little more hesitant on that, even if from what I've seen in front of me, I think, wow, that guy's freaking fast. So I'm intrigued, but I can't quite go there yet to say, oh yeah, like he's going to have a huge role. If they use them even to mix and match things up, I would be impressed. I think he would have to do a lot in order to earn almost any playing time right away.
We're talking to Matthew Collar here of Purple Insider for a few more minutes on BetMGM tonight. He's also the author of the book, Football is a Numbers Game. Make sure you check that out. Definitely revolves around Pro Football Focus and the analytical data-driven process that a lot of football teams and football fans are currently in absorbing themselves with. But we're talking all things Vikings here. And so last question here, Matthew, what's going on with fan favorite Harrison Smith? Is the 37-year-old safety retiring or coming back? When should we expect a decision on that? Because I think he could still have an impact on Brian Flores' defense, but by all accounts, he still hasn't made a decision. Do you have any timetable for when that could happen, or are we all just guessing here?
So I 100% agree with you. I think he could still have a huge impact because we saw last year at the end of the season, he was playing great. He's getting sacks and knocking down passes and getting interceptions and looking spry. But, 37 is pretty old for a safety. There's not too many that actually get to that point. And what I know about Harrison, and I've covered a very high percentage of his career, is that he will not tell any of us what he's doing ever. I know that for sure. If he comes out of retirement, he's just going to be at the team facility one day, and we're going to walk out there and see him. Like that's how he operates. And the same, I'm not surprised if he isn't going to play. I'm not surprised that he hasn't done a big "I'm retiring" thing, because that's really not Harrison Smith's style anyway. They would have to drag him kicking and screaming to a retirement ceremony. He is one of the quietest superstars of the last decade of NFL football. And I think that he's probably missed out on a few Pro Bowls and all pros because he is such a quiet superstar. But I think it is a swing to the Vikings defense. I mean, if he decides, middle of camp, I'm coming back, I think that would be huge for them, because there's a big question at that safety position. And the defense last year, it was like someone just flipped the switch. As soon as he came back, he missed a big part of the early season, and as soon as he came back, it was like, okay, that's Brian Flores' defense again. Whereas, I think this year they're going to have to make some serious adjustments to have the same level of deception and confusion that all those changes that Harrison Smith makes out there. I don't know if you can emulate those if you don't have Harrison Smith. So I'll be sitting here waiting to watch. And just to paint you a picture of this, One time, a couple years ago, this shows how old Harrison is, one of our reporters texted him and asked, Harrison, are you coming back? And he sent back a photo of Prince. And that was his answer. So that's what he does.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Matthew, we appreciate you spending a lot of time with us here, man. Great insight, really good answers. Can't wait to have you back on as we get near the start of the season to talk more Vikings football. So appreciate your time and looking forward to catching up soon.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
See you, Matthew.
There you go. Matthew Collar of Purple Insider covers the Vikings. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at Matthew Collar, Coller. All right, we'll take a short break. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We're going to play a little Guess Who when we return. World Cup edition. I'm getting Brad to talk soccer. Let's go, baby. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Who would crack the top 10 all-time starters that I've seen? And where would Justin Verlander fit on that list? Well, after sitting down, after kind of putting it all together, he falls short of the top 5. I could not put him in the top 5. And I'm going to work my way from 1 down to 10. And I think my answers for a couple of these are going to surprise you because my number one pitcher that I've seen in my lifetime, again, not throwing a great Mariano Rivera in there because we excluded relief pitchers, starting pitchers. The most dominant, the most impressive starting pitcher of my lifetime, without question, is Pedro Martinez. And I know he does not have the longevity that you're going to get from a Clemens, that you're going to get from a Greg Maddux or a Randy Johnson. But the bottom line is this. At the peak of their prowess, was there ever a starter better than 99, 2000 Pedro Martinez? The answer to that question for me is no. So I am going to take that. I am going to supersede that over any of the longevity factors that you could throw into the equation. Pedro was always going to have that top spot for me. And the numbers aren't going to back it up, but the eye test is going to back it up. And this comes from somebody that absolutely detested Pedro Martinez when he pitched for the Boston Red Sox. So I think it shows you I'm giving you an element of fair and balanced and reasonable all in the same sentence. So I am putting Pedro in that top spot. Now, I don't want to hear about steroids. I don't care about steroids. 2, 3, and 4, I think you're splitting hairs, honestly, between these three guys. I have Clemens in the 2 spot. I then put Randy Johnson 3rd, and then I put Greg Maddux 4th. Is there a case to be made that Randy Johnson could be ahead of Roger Clemens? Potentially. And I did dock those guys a little bit because there were some shady postseason moments for all of them. Roger Clemens had plenty of postseason duds. Randy Johnson, despite the 2001 World Series winning co-MVP with Curt Schilling, there were World Series duds. I mean, they're all, listen, Clemens is 7-time Cy Young. He's got MVP. Randy Johnson was a 10-time Cy Young at 5 Cy Youngs. But 10-time All-Star, 5 Cy Youngs. And Maddux was an 8-time All-Star, 4 Cy Youngs. So they all had a different craft about the way they went about their business. All dominant nonetheless. So I think that top 4 is really tough to crack. 5, I went with Roy Halladay. And he didn't have the longevity that Verlander put together, that Clayton Kershaw put together. I docked Clayton Kershaw. Because how many times did I watch Clayton Kershaw go and basically wet the bed in every postseason and every World Series start that you saw him pitch? Like, I'm penalizing him for that. I saw Roy Halladay go and throw a freaking no-hitter in a playoff game. Roy Halladay, who won multiple Cy Youngs, who, from an eye test standpoint, wowed me in many ways, more so than a guy like Justin Verlander. So my top 5, Pedro, Clemens, Johnson, Maddux, Halladay. Now, where does Verlander fit in? I had him right below Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw, better regular season pitcher. Verlander, better in the postseason. Verlander's ahead of Scherzer. Scherzer's got a really good resume. He doesn't have an MVP. He doesn't have multiple championships. And there's a great rivalry between those two guys. So that was close. Verlander, Scherzer. And then I rounded out my list. Ninth on my list was John Smoltz. He's got to be there. All-time great postseason performer. Starter, reliever. Brilliant, brilliant pitcher. And 10, I didn't go with Tom Glavine. Maybe this is the Yankee homer in me talking. I put CC Sabathia there because of what he did in 2008 for the Milwaukee Brewers. Then you throw in the fact that he goes to the Yankees in his first year and he wins a Cy Young.
Red Zone Energy. Real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
You home me. I don't even know those words at that point. I think it's something about you were with another man. I don't know. The guy screams at a high-pitched voice, and he does it so well. All right, welcome on back.
Kills it.
I said, "Are you gonna be my girl?" BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Matthew Collar joining us last segment. Great answers, great insight. Gave us some really good opinions as well on what he thinks about Kyler Murray, Kevin O'Connell, this new look Vikings front office, Harrison Smith, and the Minnesota Vikings in general, as we cannot wait for football, baby. Just a couple of weeks away from training camp. Number to join, 310-840-4910. Get an early payout for a 2-goal lead. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any World's Game match with our friends at BetMGM. And if your team takes a 2-goal lead at any point in the game, your bet pays out as a win. The winnings are yours, regardless of the outcome of the game. And so we'll talk about that France-Morocco game coming up in a little bit, but France 2-0 winners. They're back into the semifinals for the third straight World Cup. So as soon as they went up 2-0, it was like in the 65th minute. Bang, you don't have to worry about whatever else happens. You took them with BetMGM. You were a winner. And also going back to the first round of the knockout stage, Senegal was up 2-0 against Belgium. If you took them, you would have won despite the fact that they blew that lead and ended up losing. So there you go. That's good stuff. Good stuff going on with our friends at BetMGM. All right, Brad, speaking of the World Cup, we're going to play a little Guess Who. I can't wait. And so just for the folks that maybe aren't familiar with the very popular game, Guess Who, break it down for the listeners and the viewers here. How is this going to work?
All right, tonight's topic is World Cup countries. Again, there was 48 participants in the battle for the FIFA Grand Prize this year. So World Cup countries is the topic. I'm going to give you 3 clues. You're going to get 3 guesses, and hopefully you're going to absolutely nail these. And I got 4 different countries to break down. So are you ready to play a little Guess Who country edition?
I'm ready. I'm ready, baby. Let's go. I'm very confident I'm going to crush this, and hopefully you didn't give me like Curacao or some very obscure countries.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're about to find out right now. All right. Again, the topic is World Cup countries. Play along if you're listening in your car or at home. Clue number 1, a sovereign constitutional monarchy located in the Levant region of Asia. What World Cup country is this?
Sovereign constitutional monarchy. That's like with a king. They have so you tell me this country has a king? Located in the Levant region of Asia. Okay. So I know there's only a couple of Asian countries that are in it. And I'm just trying to think, going back here to the group stage. Oh, geez. Okay, I can't. I'm only thinking of the two very obvious ones off the top of my head. So let's just go with one of the obvious ones. I don't think they have a monarchy, but let's go ahead and go with South Korea.
Clue number 2. Ranks number 91 globally in total GDP, specializing in fertilizers, phosphates, textiles, and therapeutic pharmaceuticals. What World Cup country is this?
Oh, man. That didn't really do anything. From 91 in GDP actually would tell me... that would tell me that this is a smaller country. And 91, I mean, that's got to be... So it definitely can't be Japan. I'm just thinking of the other team. Who was in the group stage? It can't be a team that's in that made it to the knockout stage, because I think Japan was the only one. Who else was in that group stage? Oh, man.
Do you want the third clue?
No. I think I know it. Because, I mean, there's only one. I feel like there was maybe only like 5 or 6 Asian countries in the entire tournament. And I mean, unless you count the Middle East. All right, I'm just going to give you a guess, because they're the only other Asian country that I can think of, and they stunk, and they were very forgettable. Let's go with Uzbekistan.
Oh, good guess, but third and final clue. The body of water along its western border isn't alive, though Phil Jackson probably disagrees. What World Cup country is this?
Oh, man. Unfortunately, Phil Jackson would kill me if he heard me say this, but I can't figure it out based off of that. It can't...
Focus on Phil Jackson! That's the clue! It's a dead giveaway!
I know, but I don't know what the lyric you're referencing. All right, it can't be Japan. They can't be 91 in GDP. Specializing in fertilizers, textiles, and pharmaceuticals. Body of water, western border. So who's on a western border?
It isn't alive. That's another key clue. That body of water.
Oh, the Dead Sea.
And come on, Pat. I'm pulling it out of you.
Is this? Maybe you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to, but I'll ask you: could they technically also be a European country?
No.
Oh my God! I thought I was going to crush this. I have no idea who the hell this is. All right.
The answer is Jordan.
Of course, you go with Jordan. I'm thinking Jordan's Middle East. I guess
it is, but it's also part of Asia.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully there's not too many more Middle Eastern countries. Otherwise, I might bomb at this.
All right, 0 for 1. World Cup countries, guess who? Second World Cup country. Clue number 1. This equatorial nation features Mount Chimborazo, a peak closest to the sun on Earth. What World Cup country is this?
Equatorial, meaning the equator. That's a nice little giveaway there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a Mount Chimborazo.
Chimborazo.
That sounds Spanish. That sounds South American. I'm gonna go with the name of the country that sounds like equator. How about Ecuador?
Correct! You nailed it! The other two clues, just for S's and G's. The second one was it ranks number 73 in total population as of, thank you, the 2022 census with nearly 17 million people. And the third clue, known for its Inca and Spanish origins. Its capital, Quito, is the highest in the world at over 9,000 feet. But you didn't need it because you nailed it. Ecuador. Well done. All right. You are 1 for 2 so far, mi amigo. Let's go to the third country. Clue number 1. World Cup countries. Guess who? Its golden visa is a pathway to citizenship for any immigrant, costing roughly $540,000 US. What World Cup country is this?
Wow, you could pay 540 grand and become a citizen?
Yeah.
That sounds Middle Eastern. I'm going to go with Qatar.
Clue number 2. Due to its proximity to the ocean, it features a temperate climate with average highs ranging from the mid-50s to mid-80s year-round. What World Cup country is this?
Temperate climate. You said proximity to the ocean, right?
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Which ocean?
Oh, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't really. You're jobbing me here. You're giving me nothing.
You got a guess?
Temperate climate. Average highs ranging from 50s to the 80s. So I'm thinking again, probably near the equator. So it's either, and it's near the ocean. So it's either I'm thinking African coast or I'm thinking Central America here. I'm gonna just throw out. Let's go Panama.
Third and final clue. World Cup countries. During the age of discovery from the 15th to 17th centuries, it was a nation represented by Ferdinand Magellan, Vasco da Gama, and others. What World Cup country is this?
I know Vasco da Gama. I remember him very well, and I know that he was from Portugal. That's got to be the answer.
Ding, 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 ding! Correct! You know your explorers. Well done. All right, you ready for one more?
Yes.
2 out of 3. Not too bad. All right, let's see if we make it 3 out of 4, mi amigo. Again, World Cup countries, Guess Who edition. Clue number 1. In this ocean-bordering nation, Arabic and Berber are its primary spoken languages. What World Cup country is this?
Wow. Okay. I think, well, that's funny you mentioned that because I know Berber was on the, it's on the, I was going through my spice jar today because I made some curry chicken and Berber was one of them. And I know it said Ethiopian under it, but I know Ethiopia is not in the World Cup. So I'm going to go ahead and assume it's one of its neighbors. And the fact that it's Arabic would lead me to think that this is Algeria.
Clue number 2. An economically rich country, autos, electrical equipment, and various fruits and vegetables fuel its export business. What World Cup country is this?
All right. So it wasn't Algeria. I thought it was Africa. So that means Arabic. It's got to be. I mean, I guess this also could be. No, I don't. Can it be Morocco? I don't think it could be Morocco because I don't they border. I mean, All right, I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna overthink this. Let's go Middle East and let's go. Ooh. Arabic. Who else is speaking Arabic in the World Cup? All right, let's go with Iran.
Third and final clue. Many Hollywood films, including Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, have been shot there, though famous 1942 classic Casablanca was not one of them. What World Cup country is this?
I think I already said it. I should have stuck with it. It's got to be Morocco.
Ding, 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 ding! Yeah, you got it. Casablanca was a dead giveaway. I didn't know The Odyssey partially was filmed there. Fun fact. There you go. 3 out of 4, man. I'm proud of you. Nice job.
Thanks. Although it took me to the final clues on those other two. So I think, what was that, 35 points? I got 25, 5, and 5, if I'm not mistaken. I'll take it.
Well, look, to be honest, dude, Brandon would have cheated his ass off and then claimed that he was perfecto. So you did it the right way. So I applaud you for that.
Thank you. All right, we got to take a break. 310-840-4910. We'll get a Scott Fish fantasy update from Brad when we come back. One of the biggest leagues in the world. Brad's in the midst of his draft. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
I lost way too much money last year fading the Chicago Bears, waiting for the other shoe to drop. So many close victories. Always a market correction with that. Always. Hey, and if you think I'm wrong, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs 2 years ago won an absurd amount of close games. We got a market correction. Even for a team that had Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, all of the pedigree, all of the success, there was a market correction. I think there will be a market correction with Chicago Bears. And I'm a Caleb Williams guy. I love the improv. I love the athleticism. He wowed you in some of these comebacks, especially against Green Bay. The throw against the Rams in the divisional round was amazing. The Bears defense stinks. First place schedule, brutal division. And in order for the Bears to be a bye, it has to be a monstrous leap for Caleb. If it's more of the same from Caleb, fun fourth quarters, uncertain, all sorts of wild unpredictability, with a bad defense and a good division and a really tough schedule, and everybody now gunning for the Bears, the Packers twice, the Vikings defense, the Lions, who had a year from hell a season ago, I just think they're the classic case of a team that regresses. Because the history of the league tells us the Patriots and the Bears are two types of teams that take steps back for a variety of different reasons.
Yeah, I don't think it is Scooble. I think it's Mason Miller. I think they have to go to San Diego. The Padres desperately need starting pitching, and they desperately need outfield offensive production. Okay, well, you've got, with Fried coming back, and at some point Clark Schmidt coming back, you're going to have Weathers and or Wells that could be moved, along with Dominguez and or Spencer Jones in a deal. And if you have to throw in Elmer Rodriguez, but if I can get Mason Miller at the end of the game and move everybody else up a spot, Bedard into the eighth inning, or Bednar into the eighth inning, and Duvall and others into the seventh, and Cruz into the seventh and sixth, then you protect your starting pitching. You can handle any matchup and situation. You've got a lockdown ninth inning guy, and you're not really hurting yourself in any significant way if you trade away those pieces, because you've got better pieces on your roster that aren't going to be a factor in the postseason. Like, well, the likelihood is that Warren is not going to pitch Wells is not going to pitch Warren's not going to pitch in the postseason. Sorry, in the rotation. So you've got other options where you can go there. I think that Mason Miller is the go-to move.
But if LeBron wants to go and win a championship, there is an obvious fit for me that has not been discussed, and I don't think there's any way he'd go there. But my goodness, if he's willing to take the minimum and he's got the opportunity to go and play with Jokic, I know the Western Conference right now, the talk is, hey, it's just San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Justifiably so. Jokic is still a top 2 player in the world. He has not lost it. Let's not beat around the bush. The Nugget team has not been any good around him. Get Gordon back. Get LeBron on a minimum contract. That's the spot to go and win a championship. He could do it. LeBron, Murray, Jokic, Gordon, I'm in. Too bad it won't happen.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an any sport parlay boost token. To use the parlay boost token, add a parlay wager made up of entirely of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, Brad, we got a couple of minutes here before we bid you adieu, so give us an update here on the Scott Fish fantasy draft. Go ahead.
All right, again, it's a super flex format and a whole bunch of additional flexes, that being guys that qualify at running back, wide receiver, and tight end. There's premium scoring for tight ends. You get 1.5 points per reception, point per reception for running backs and wide receivers, 6 points per passing touchdown to give you that. And there's a bunch of bonuses for thresholds that you meet in a game. I am drafting at 11 overall. I win CeeDee Lamb. Followed up with the CMC Football Factory, Christian McCaffrey, Jackson Dart, again, Superflex format in the third round. Malik Neighbors, a little bit risky, but I'm going to roll the dice that he is going to be healthy for a large majority of the season. That was in round 4. The 2 picks I made during the show tonight, I haven't revealed them until now. Carnell Tate in the 5th round, the end of it, and then followed up with Sam Laporta, again, premium scoring for tight ends. I think Carnell Tate's going to be a probably 80, 85 catch guy over 1,000 yards, handful of touchdowns, playing a lot of catch-up football there with Cam Ward operating as a WR1 in that Titans offense. And then Sam Laporta, I think, has got to have a monster bounce-back season. We were talking about him last night. You're probably looking at least 800 yards. I'm going to say at least 7 touchdowns as well. And throwing like 60, 65 receptions. It's going to be quite valuable in this league. So, Pat, what are your thoughts on Carnell Tate and Sam Laporta?
I love me some Sam Laporta. We were talking him up last night. I think he's also due for a big bounce back here. 6th round for him kind of feels like a steal, in my opinion. And then the Carnell Tate. Yeah, the Carnell Tate for me is a bit of a risk. I'm always very hesitant on rookie wide receiver number 1s that are supposed to step into a big role, especially the year that Cam Ward had last year. But you bring in Brian Dable. You also bring in Wan'Dale Robinson. So it's not just Calvin Ridley, Alec Iomanor, and Chimere Dike around him. He's also got a solid slot receiver and what should be a pretty decent run game with Tony Pollard. So again, if he ends up being the best wide receiver, and this is going to be a freaking home run pick for you.
All right, well, yeah, I'll take that all day. Look, I think Carnell Tate, it's a formula that's going to be similar to the Arizona Cardinals last year, playing from behind early and often that raises a target share in fantasy scoring opportunities. I'm a buyer.
All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother, and we will see you on Monday, my man. Can't wait for it.
I can't wait either. Adios, amigos.
Coming up next, France rolls to another win on BetMGM tonight. Westwood.
How can you present a stretch of baseball for what we've seen over the last 3 weeks and then sit there and tell me, yeah, guess what? You're still going to be favorites to go and win the American League. We did this last year, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Everyone was dismissive of the Toronto Blue Jays all regular season. Oh, their run differential's not any good. Oh, just wait until October. Oh, it will be a different script when they match up in the postseason. And then we all lived it. We all watched it. The Yankees died like dogs. There's something missing within the intestinal fortitude of this team. And I'm a dope and an idiot for a variety of different reasons, which we'll get to when we detail some of the bets I made in the 2025 NFL season. But I thought it was different with this Yankee group. Because when Aaron Judge went down a few weeks ago and the general consensus around the sport was, what are the Yankees going to do? I'm proclaiming, hey, Yankees are going to be fine. Ben Rice, he's in a home run derby. He's an all-star. He can carry the offense. Cody Bellinger, he's an all-star. He's going to pick up the slack. Jazz Chisholm, Trent Grisham, on and on we go. Yankees can't score.
I think the Cubs really need to get some starting pitching. You know, they're going to be a playoff team, but they have just not had the kind of starting pitching that they need. I think the Cubs could look. It's certainly a Dombrowski move in Philadelphia. It's, Dave loves stars. I could see him doing it. Atlanta could absolutely use Skubal to go up front with Sale in that rotation and make a difference. And Alex Anthopoulos has made big moves at the deadline before, adding David Price and Troy Tulowitzki in the past. And so you could find any number of teams. Milwaukee would be a great place to go. Tampa Bay would be a great place to go. Put them up there with McClanahan and Rasmussen in the rotation. I think that they're going to be players in it. I do. I think Tampa Bay's going to get in. I think the Cubs, though, are the team that really needs to do it. I think Jed Hoyer really needs to make the big move for Skubal and to get that fan base re-engaged in a way that they believe in this team to make a run in the postseason.
Down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back in to BetMGM Tonight. There it is. Right here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've now got 2 solo hours coming your way, as we do every night, taking you up until 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Let's talk some World Cup, shall we? Quarterfinals kicked off today. 1 game today, 1 game tomorrow, 2 on Saturday. In case you missed it yesterday like I did, you were starving for it. You got treated to the best game of the quarterfinals, France versus Morocco, and 2 things were proven true. 1, France is the best team in the world, as they've looked like the entire way. And I know Argentina is technically ranked number 1. A lot of that is because they are the defending World Cup champions. But you take a look at our friends at BetMGM. France is favored to win the tournament at plus 150. Now, those odds might get a little bit longer once we get the rest of the semifinals confirmed here in the next 2 days. But if you didn't think it already, France is the best team in the tournament, and Kylian Mbappe is the best player in the world. 310-840-4910 is our talk and text line. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Now, I'm going to issue some caution about backing France, and we'll check in on my World Cup bracket because it's looking pretty damn good, but I don't got France winning it all. More on that in just a minute. But if you watch this game today, they never really got tested. They got out of first gear into the second gear in the second half and kind of just put cruise control on 75 and just cruised right down the highway en route to a 2-0 win over Morocco. And that's just how good France is. And I've been a bit skeptical about their defense so far in this tournament because they really hadn't played anybody. Not anybody up to the talent level that Morocco had. Morocco ranked, 7 in the world in the FIFA World Cup world rankings. Those only oftentimes paint you half the picture. But in this sense, Morocco, one of the top 8 teams in the country. It was a rematch of the World Cup semifinals in 2022 when they played each other in Qatar, and France won by the same exact scoreline, 2-0. And I said on yesterday's show, this time around, 4 years ago, Morocco, it was a borderline Cinderella run. They had never really done anything historically as a country in the World Cup, never really looked at as a soccer powerhouse. And then they make this incredible run all the way to the semifinals. And so at the time, it kind of felt like when they played France 4 years ago, they were just happy to be there. And they played in kind of a defensive shell and tried for a couple of really ambiguous counterattacks. But they gave up a goal early in the 5th minute. They tried to hang on as long as they could, and then gave up another one late when they had to push numbers forward and lost it 2-0. So this time around, playing each other here in the States, in Boston, in Foxborough, home of the Patriots, the New England Patriots, I said on last night's show, Morocco's got to be the aggressor. They've got to go for it. They can't play this game the same way they played in 2022. And again, that goal that happened in the 5th minute in 2022 kind of changed the landscape of the game no matter what happened. But I felt that Morocco was going to keep this game close because of how they played versus Netherlands in the round of 32. which was just over a week ago. Netherlands was the higher ranked team. Netherlands was the small, slight favorite on paper. But I liked Morocco in that game because they have a great defense, and I thought their offense had really started to show some signs of being an elite unit. And they were the aggressor in that game. It was Netherlands who was almost playing not to lose. I remember Zlatan, who's been on the Fox covering it. I love Zlatan Ibrahimovic, one of the great players of all time. The big Swede with the man bun, cocky SOB, but always backed it up. And, you know, what he said when that game was going to, right before that game went to penalties, was he goes, I just don't like the way that the Dutch have played this. They've played it not to lose. It's not their identity. And oftentimes that'll lose you a game. And it did. And Morocco, they were the aggressor. They were the ones taking it to Netherlands. They were the underdog that was pushing for the goals rather than trying to play it safe and conservative, hoping to then win it in a penalty shootout. And they ended up winning it in penalties. But it wasn't for a lack of trying to win the game before that. And I thought if they played that way against France, they could keep this close. And they kept it close for 50 minutes. You know, you had a penalty on a really dumb challenge by Mezraoui, who plays for Manchester United, in the 22nd minute. And I thought maybe this could have been a big upset in that was brewing. Because, unfortunately, once again, VAR, video assistant referee, played too big of a role in what happened. It's a clear penalty for Mbappe. That there was no question about that. Really stupid challenge by Mezraoui from Morocco. But then they go and check to see, one, if it was a penalty, which it was clear as day. Two, if there was a potential foul on France in the lead up to that attack, which is controversially the thing that Egypt has been crying about for the last 2 days, that they had one of their goals ruled offsides against Argentina because they committed a foul right before they scored. And so that was the check. But, I mean, you check both things. It should have taken no more than a minute. And so you've got Mbappe, granted, best player in the world, shouldn't be taking terrible penalties. But he had to wait 3 minutes from the time they called the foul for the penalty in the box and the time he actually got to take the penalty. 3 minutes. 3. There's no timeouts in soccer. They have the hydration break, which happened right after this. But, like, you get a foul for penalty, you should be able to take that penalty kick no more than a minute later. You had to wait 3 minutes. That's how long they checked for the VAR review. And again, not that Mbappe should be, that should affect him anyway, but think about it. High pressure situation like that, you're up there thinking about where am I going to kick it? All that, just like a free throw. Just like a free throw for a college player. And I know that you can call timeouts in the NBA and college in between free throws, but let's pretend for a second that you can't. Imagine if you had to wait 3 minutes with no timeout just because of basically of a challenge, which again I guess happens. But also you have several free throws throughout an NBA and college game. You're talking about one goal that could decide every soccer game. So the fact that they took 3 minutes to make that happen and made Mbappe wait so long, I do think it impacted him. And Morocco's goalie, who is awesome, he's their best player, Yassine Bono, makes the save. It was a terrible penalty from Mbappe. And at that point, I was like, oh, all right, that's going to be something that France regrets. That's the turning point. That's the momentum flipper of a game. And Morocco's offense just never got it going. They never really tested France. They had a couple of opportunities, but no really big chances. And kind of disappointing, to say the least. I thought Morocco would score at least a goal. I thought they would score one goal. And if they could hold France to one, they could send it to extra time, maybe win it in penalties. Maybe they would lose a 2-1 heartbreaker. But they never really threatened to score. And they held France at bay for a half. But once that second half kicked off, I mean, you can compare it to any other sport that we watch, that we love watching here, in the States. NFL, NBA, baseball. Think about a team that has been to the championship, World Series, whatever, what have you, each of the last 2 times, and they're a favorite to win. Think about the Dodgers. Think about if the Dodgers are playing in the NL wild card like they were last year against the Cincinnati Reds. And the Dodgers it's 0-0 going into the 6th inning. Would you really even be worried? Would you really even be worried? That's what it felt like for this game. It was 0-0 at half. Never felt like for a second that France was worried. Never felt like you were worried if you were watching the game hoping France would win. And sure enough, within just 15 minutes of the second half, it took them to the hour mark. Again, I give Morocco credit for an offense in France that has looked so dynamite, so unstoppable, so lethal, with the best player in the world in Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele, who scored a hat trick in freaking 32 minutes in one of the games already in this World Cup. And Michael Olise, who has been awesome. Not to mention the couple of stars they got coming off the bench. Bradley Barcola. And in the 60th minute, Mbappe once again proved why he is the best player on the planet right now. And he's been the best player in the world for at least 4 or 5 years since last World Cup. And he just, again, gets the ball right on the edge of the box and just freaking, the way they bend these things, man, just curls it right in effortlessly. A wizardry goal. And he just curls it right inside the post. No chance for Bono, who's like, I think he's 6'5". He looks like he's 6'8" with how big he is in goal. And he had no chance. And so, again, didn't even seem like France was really even worried or tested. And, we're starting to get to that stage where it's like, all right, 60th minute, Morocco, all right, maybe upset brewing. They get one little counterattack. And then here's Mbappe. Oh, you guys need me to finally step up? I missed a penalty already in this game. No problem. Here you go. Here's right out of the top drawer. A little bend it like Beckham. As some of the British announcers would say, a magisterial goal. So they get that. They get another goal from Dembele just minutes later. 6 minutes later, and that was it. Bang, bang. 2-0. They kind of coast the rest of the way, and France is back in the semifinals for the 3rd time. They won the World Cup in 2018, beating Croatia in the final. That's when Mbappe was just 19 years old. And then they lose to Argentina in the final in penalties 4 years ago. They're back in the semis. Whether or not they win the title, because I think we recognize that that's a real thing that happens every year in our sports that we love watching. The best team doesn't always win the title. And I don't think France is going to win the title. I don't think they're going to win the World Cup, but they are the best team. And you could maybe make the argument, well, they really haven't played anybody before this. Well, they played the best team in Africa and Morocco. They played a top 8 team in the country, and they beat them pretty convincingly, pretty thoroughly. I mean, that's as dominant of a 2-0 win as you'll see. So France is the best team in the world. Mbappe, the best player in the world. By the way, there was some concern. Mbappe came out of the game in the 77th minute, went down, was holding his ankle, and had to get substituted out of the game. And then the Fox broadcast is showing him with an ice pack on his ankle. He said after the game, he said, "I'm all good. Got a knock on the ankle, but it's all good." And he went to talk about the guy that subbed in for him, Jean-Philippe Mateta. Said JP was more able than me to play the last 15 minutes. And then you also had one of the reporters adding that there are no concerns to have on Kylian's ankle. So there was some concern in the game when you see him down, holding his ankle. He wasn't writhing in pain, but definitely in some discomfort. He's got an ice pack on his ankle afterwards. He comes out of the game. He's going to be, I think he'll be 100% for the semifinal, which is next Tuesday. But that was the convincing win. If you were hesitant to believe in France, that they're the best team in this tournament, because you said, all right, well, they played Paraguay last round. Would have been better to watch them if they had to play Germany. They coasted past Sweden in the round of 32. They beat Iraq and Senegal in the group stage. Norway played all their backups. They haven't even been tested. This was a proper test, and they passed it with flying colors. That being said, I am not a believer that they win this World Cup. Because, in case you haven't been listening, we did our bracket predictions before right when the knockout stage began. And I'm sticking to it. I think Spain wins this whole thing. I think Spain's defense is the best in the world. I think they are capable of holding down Mbappe and Dembele and Olise and Doué. And yes, those are the four main attackers from France. Yes, all their names rhyme. Yes, it's very French. And Barcola, Rabiot, I think they can hold all those guys down. I think Spain's defense is the kryptonite to this France offense. And I think Spain is going to win tomorrow against Belgium. And I think they're going to beat France. They're going to knock them out. They'll be an underdog. That's fine. I can't wait. I'm taking Spain. I picked them before the tournament began. I think Spain's going to beat them. I think Spain's going to win this whole thing. 310-840-4910. Before we get to Spain-Belgium, just to finish up on Morocco's side here and give them a proper send-off that I feel like they deserve. It's a great team. They were seemingly a Cinderella 4 years ago. They were a dark horse this year. It's a shame they ran into France each of the last two tournaments. If they were in the bottom half of the bracket, if they played Argentina, I think they would beat them. If they played England, I think they'd beat them. If they played Brazil, Brazil got knocked out by Norway. If they would have played Brazil, though, before this, and they did play Brazil, and they tied them in the group stage, if they had to play them again, I think they would have beat them. I think this is one of the best teams in the world, and it's unfortunate that I don't think they match up well with France. They have to play a team whose strength is defense like them, because I think they could go honestly, if Morocco played Spain, I think that game goes to penalties. Achraf Hakimi is one of the best players in the world. He plays for PSG. He's their right back, but he's always up making things happen, getting shots on target, whipping in crosses. He's been involved in almost all their goals that they had scored in this tournament. They got a great coach. They got some really, really solid midfielders. Just don't have the goal scoring capabilities. That's the thing. 4 years from now, when they co-host the World Cup in 2030, it's Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. I think they should be one of the 4 or 5 favorites to win the tournament. And a lot of their team is young. A lot of guys in their 20s. I think they have only one starting player that's over 30 years old. And their goalie's fantastic, Bono. And I would love to watch him play in the Premier League or some of the top leagues in Europe. Right now he plays in Saudi Arabia. And could you blame him with all the money he's probably getting? But, most teams that you think have a chance to win the tournament, to win the World Cup, they probably need a world-class goalie. Morocco's got it. They've got they check a lot of the boxes. Goal scoring. And it goes to that saying, obviously it's a massive part of the game. Can't win if you don't score. And they didn't score. And that was it. And all it took was France had some big chances. And again, the penalty, obviously it's a massive opportunity, but Mbappe choked on it, and Bono also guessed the right way. He had to do that. Knew where he was going. That's part of having a great goalie. But you got to score to win. And outside of those 2 goals, I would say they largely held France in check. France did have a bunch of shots. I know there was another one. Luca Digne, their left back, smashed one off the crossbar. I guess you could make the argument maybe that France should have scored 4 goals. But, watching the game, I didn't feel like there was a huge gulf in class between these two other than the 6 minutes where France scored their 2 goals. But that's all it takes for this team. That's all it takes. You could keep a heavyweight fighter. You can keep a goal scorer. You could keep a 3-point shooter down for 95% of the game. But those 5 other percent, they'll tear you apart. And that'll be the difference. And that was the difference today. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Do you think France is winning the World Cup? And do you agree Mbappe, best player in the world? I don't know if there's really too much debate to be had about that. But I don't think France is winning this. I think it's going to be Spain. And so we look ahead to this Spain-Belgium game tomorrow. Let's get you the odds from our friends here at BetMGM first and foremost. And they've got Spain as a big favorite. I wouldn't say a massive favorite, but a big favorite, and that's deserved. I think Spain is the exact same price that France was today to win in regulation and to advance. Spain minus 160 on the money line to win in regulation. That means they can't go to extra time or penalties. They have to win it in the first 90 minutes. Spain minus 160. Belgium coming off of the 4-1 beatdown of Team USA. Belgium plus 400 to win it in regulation. And the tie, which means the game goes to extra time, is plus 290. However, just to advance to the next round, Spain minus 300, Belgium plus 240. So Spain's slightly less of a favorite than France was today against Morocco. And that's not that Belgium's getting too much respect. I just still don't think the rest of the world, our friends at BetMGM, I just don't think they realize how good, how amazing this Spain defense is. And maybe it's because they don't have the offensive firepower, or they haven't shown the offensive firepower that France has shown. You look at Spain's win so far. I mean, they showed it last round. They beat the snot out of Austria 3-0. Or 2 rounds ago, they beat the snot out of Austria 3-0. They play Portugal, and it takes until basically the last minute to get the game winner. They win that one 1-0. They won their final group stage game against Uruguay 1-0. Remember, they tied Cabo Verde. I think the sky was falling. I was in Spain for that wedding when that game happened. It was like, and again, you would have thought literally that the world was ending. They tied it 0-0, and they beat Saudi Arabia 4-0. Not like they're scoring 3 goals every game. They've done it in 2. They've scored 1, 1, and 0 in their other 3 games so far. So I get it. Aesthetically, they're not maybe as pleasing as France, who again plays like it's street soccer in a good way, like where they're showing off all the different flair and skill moves, and it just looks very pretty to the eye. Spain is a little bit more rugged. They're not like the Spain teams of old where it was just, I heard Ian Dark say it on the broadcast in their last game, where it used to be death by 1,000 passes. And then that didn't work. Teams found out, like, all right, you could pass it around. You could have 80% possession all you want. Go ahead. That's fine. Once you get to the attacking third, we're going to shut it down. And that's why Spain, after having a dynasty where they won the Euros in 2008, the World Cup in 2010, the Euros in 2012, the Euros in 2016, they got knocked out. One of the biggest upsets in World Cup history in 2018 by Russia. And in 2022 at the World Cup, Spain, guess who? Got knocked out by Morocco in penalties after a 0-0 game, a goalless game. Spain at times had relied entirely on their defense and just thought that we'll get that one goal whenever it happens, and we'll protect that one goal lead. Do they maybe still have a little bit of them still deep inside? Maybe. Like I said, 3 of their 5 games so far, they have scored 1 or fewer goals. But I just think their defense is unbreakable. It would not shock me again to see them pitch another shutout tomorrow. If I had to give you a final score prediction, I'll say 2-0. Spain over Belgium. So if you're, looking to put a couple bucks in this game tomorrow, I would say probably Spain minus 1.5, or if you want to play a little SGP, Spain to advance and under 3.5 goals is minus 110. It's even odds with our friends at BetMGM. I think Spain's winning. I wouldn't be entirely stunned if it's 0-0 or if it's 1-1 and it goes to extra time, but I don't think it'll have to go to penalties. And even if it does, again, Belgium's got Thibaut Courtois, but I think ultimately it's probably 1-0 or 2-0. And even if they, again, if they do have to go to extra time, I think they've proven that they keep their composure, they keep their calm, like they did against Portugal. They get the goal from the super sub Mikel Merino coming off the bench. I think Spain, they're far superior to Belgium. They are. And, again, I know for a lot of folks here that have really gotten into the World Cup but weren't big soccer fans before that, you watched the last game, you watched Belgium terrorize the U.S., and you say, well, I don't know, Belgium looked pretty damn good. That was way more about Team USA playing scared, playing an awful game. They were unprepared. Their defense was just horrendous. USA played, their defense was a 0. It couldn't have been worse. It was a 1 out of 10, a 1 out of 100. Spain's defense is a 10 out of 10. Belgium's not going to find it easy to break them down. And I don't even know who the starting 11 is going to be for Belgium. Because they had Kevin De Bruyne, who's their best player and one of the best midfielders of this century, on the bench. Didn't even play last game. Lukaku has been riddled with injuries this year and is only healthy once this tournament started. I don't think you can start him. I think Lukaku's got to come off the bench. And Spain's got the defenders capable of neutralizing him. Spain's got the defenders capable of neutralizing him. They've got some big guys at the back line. Emerick Laporte, one of them. They've got some big, solid guys that they can handle Lukaku. Jeremy Doku, I'm not worried about. Trust me, I'm a Man City fan for club, for club soccer. He plays for Man City. A lot of flair. Rarely does anything with it. And the guy that scored the first 2 goals, De Ketelaere, honestly, I think that was the best game I've ever seen him play. So I think I'd be shocked if Belgium scores a goal tomorrow. I'd be stunned if they found a way to score more than that. Spain's going to control this game as they always do with the possession. They're the better team. I see them beating Belgium again, 1-0 or 2-0. Maybe if Belgium somehow gets a goal, maybe off a free kick or something that's out of the run of the vein of play, this goes to extra time, I still think Spain will advance. And I think they're going to knock out France. And they're going to be underdogs, and I can't wait. Because I think a lot of people are jumping on the Mbappe bandwagon and the France bandwagon, and that's fine. I know our guy Nick Kostos has been saying for a while he thinks France is going to win it, and that's fine. I think they're going to meet their maker in Spain. But La Roja, Spain have to take care of business first tomorrow, and I think they do. I think it'll be a pretty convincing win, almost as convincing as France was today over Belgium. 310-840-4910. All right, we got to take a short break. When we come back, why Christian Pulisic is getting a ton of criticism right now, even though it's been 3 days since Team USA's loss. And I'm going to tell you why I think he should no longer be Team USA's captain. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. Don't go anywhere. 310-840-4910. You want to talk a little World Cup? This is Westwood One Sports.
Who would crack the top 10 all-time starters that I've seen? And where would Justin Verlander fit on that list? Well, after sitting down, after kind of putting it all together, he falls short of the top 5. I could not put him in the top 5. And I'm going to work my way from 1 down to 10. And I think my answers for a couple of these are going to surprise you, because my number 1 pitcher that I've seen in my lifetime, again, not throwing a great Mariano Rivera in there because we excluded relief pitchers, starting pitchers. The most dominant, the most impressive starting pitcher of my lifetime, without question, is Pedro Martinez. And I know he does not have the longevity that you're going to get from a Clemens, that you're going to get from a Greg Maddux or a Randy Johnson. But the bottom line is this. At the peak of their prowess, was there ever a starter better than 99, 2000 Pedro Martinez? The answer to that question for me is no. So I am going to take that. I am going to supersede that over any of the longevity factors that you could throw into the equation. Pedro was always going to have that top spot for me. And the numbers aren't going to back it up, but the eye test is going to back it up. And this comes from somebody that absolutely detested Pedro Martinez when he pitched for the Boston Red Sox. So I think it shows you I'm giving you an element of fair and balanced and reasonable all in the same sentence. So I am putting Pedro in that top spot. Now, I don't want to hear about steroids. I don't care about steroids. 2, 3, and 4, I think you're splitting hairs, honestly, between these three guys. I have Clemens in the 2 spot. I then put Randy Johnson 3rd, and then I put Greg Maddux 4th. Is there a case to be made that Randy Johnson could be ahead of Roger Clemens? Potentially. And I did dock those guys a little bit because there were some shady postseason moments for all of them. Roger Clemens had plenty of postseason duds. Randy Johnson, despite the 2001 World Series winning co-MVP with Curt Schilling, there were World Series duds. I mean, they're all, listen, Clemens is a 7-time Cy Young. He's got MVP. Randy Johnson was a 10-time Cy Young at 5 Cy Youngs. A 10-time All-Star, 5 Cy Youngs, and Maddux was an 8-time All-Star, 4 Cy Youngs. So they all had a different craft about the way they went about their business. All dominant nonetheless. So I think that top 4 is really tough to crack. 5, I went with Roy Halladay. And he didn't have the longevity that Verlander put together, that Clayton Kershaw put together. I docked Clayton Kershaw because how many times did I watch Clayton Kershaw go and basically wet the bed in every postseason and every World Series start that you saw him pitch? Like, I'm penalizing him for that. I saw Roy Halladay go and throw a freaking no-hitter in a playoff game. Roy Halladay, who won multiple Cy Youngs, who, from an eye test standpoint, wowed me in many ways, more so than a guy like Justin Verlander. So my top 5, Pedro, Clemens, Johnson, Maddux, Halladay. Now, where does Verlander fit in? I had him right below Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw, better regular season pitcher. Verlander, better in the postseason. Verlander's ahead of Scherzer. Scherzer's got a really good resume. He doesn't have an MVP. He doesn't have multiple championships. And there's a great rivalry between those two guys. So that was close. Verlander, Scherzer. And then I rounded out my list. 9th on my list was John Smoltz. He's got to be there. All-time great postseason performer. Starter, reliever. Brilliant, brilliant pitcher. And 10, I didn't go with Tom Glavine. Maybe this is the Yankee homer in me talking. I put CC Sabathia there because of what he did in 2008 for the Milwaukee Brewers. Then you throw in the fact that he goes to the Yankees in his first year and he wins his Cy Young.
Fighting through.
Yeah, I mean, I just twisted my ankle and just sprained my ankle. I mean, it's just frustrating to end like that, of course. But now I got time to rest, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. 48 teams are set to compete on the global stage. Now, that's now down to 7 teams. Join the action with this World's Game Boost Pack. You'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of your boost tokens on any World's Game bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. The world is watching, so make your moment with BetMGM. All right, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Again, I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. That was, credit to Fox on that. That was in the postgame after Team USA lost on Monday night. And it's not surprising, but I guess I didn't realize how how much this Christian Pulisic fallout has continued to generate a lot of conversation, and I didn't get a chance to comment on it yesterday or Tuesday. We've had a couple of busy shows here, so I'm going to make my thoughts clear on it now in case I hadn't beforehand. You hear Christian Pulisic. That was after the loss on Monday, and again, he had to come off early in the second half. Clearly hurt, clearly injured with an ankle injury. And, injuries have unfortunately been a very frequent part of his career, both internationally and club. But that quote, man, I don't know if he's ever going to live that quote down. I don't know if he is ever going to live that quote down. I just twisted my ankle, sprained my ankle. It's frustrating to end like that, of course, but now I get time to rest. So hopefully it'll be okay. Now I get time to rest. That is the softest, most tone-deaf statement you could have possibly given. It doesn't get more tone-deaf than that. Now I get time to rest. For what? For what? For the club season that begins in 2 months? And I know soccer, look, they've got a crazy, crazy schedule. It's honestly, it's breakneck. It's too much. They need to revamp how the soccer schedule goes, especially when, and it's not just every 4 years, because Pulisic, who plays for Team USA, you got the Gold Cup next year. That is all the North American countries. It's like the World Cup, but just for North America. That's next year. They've got, all these exhibition games that they play to make money off of in the summer as well, preseason friendlies. But basically, club season goes from about late August, early September until the last week of May. Think about that. Like the NFL goes from September to February. That's if you make the Super Bowl. It's September to the first week of January if you're not a playoff team. Like 4 months. Right? Like week 1 of the NFL is like September 8th, September 9th. Last week of the season, week 18 is like January 8th. 4 months. That's it. No matter what, you play your club season from about late August to early September for like the top leagues in Europe all the way to the last week in May. That's 9 months. That's a 9-month season. And then on top of that, Pulisic, he played his last game, plays for AC Milan in Italy, Serie A. Played the last game on May 24th. First World Cup game for USA was June 13th. It's less than 3 weeks. And they had to play a couple of friendlies before that, which Pulisic played in both of them. May 31st, a week after that. And now USA's World Cup ended on July 7th. And again, the Italy, Serie A is going to start in less than 2 months from now. So I get it. It happens at breakneck pace. The season feels like it never ends. But that being said, come on, man. You're supposed to be the face of Team USA. They call you Captain America. By the way, he's not even the captain. Tim Ream, who should get reamed out, pun intended. Terrible dad joke, I know. But his defending was god-awful in that game against Belgium. Cost him that second goal. He just gets... Tim Ream, who's 38 years old, is only in the starting lineup because he's big, strong, and physical. And he got out-jumped and out-physicaled by Ketelaere, the striker from Belgium, who is not a physical, imposing force. But anyway, Tim Ream was the captain for Mauricio Pochettino. I don't think Pulisic has officially been the captain of USA for like a couple of years now. But he has worn the captain armband in the past. He's kind of recognized by most of us as the face of the team. He's the best player. He's the face of the team. You can't have the face of the team talking about in the moments after the season ended that, oh, well, yeah, my ankle's hurt, but now I get time to rest. Like, imagine LeBron, Michael Jordan, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, Patrick Mahomes, Sam Darnold just because he won the Super Bowl. Imagine any of those guys right after the season comes to an end in a playoff loss, and those guys were hurt in that game. Whether they had to leave the game or not, I know in soccer it's, you get like substitutions are normal. Once you get subbed out, you can't go back in. Like it's not, you normally, you don't see that in our major sports. But again, whether you had to lead the game or not, let's say they get hurt. Imagine any of those guys, the faces of the team, faces of the leagues, faces of the sport. Imagine after a season-ending loss. Yeah, how's the ankle feeling? Yeah, it's it's whatever. I sprained it. It doesn't feel great, but at least I have time to rest now. You can't get more tone deaf than that. That is a terrible quote. He's not going to live that down. That's not something the leader of the team says. That's why he's under a lot of fire, rightfully so. And that's why I'm adding on and I'm piling on and I'm hammering him for it because he needs to seriously rethink about who he is as a player. He's 27 now. He ain't 19 anymore. 4 years ago at the World Cup, he was 23. You can't disappoint as much as he did. He had 1 assist in the first game against Paraguay. No goals, no assists. No goals, no assists against Turkey. In a game that I know he only played 32 minutes because he picked up an injury in training after the Paraguay game. He didn't play against Australia, and they didn't need him. Didn't do anything in the limited time he was on against Turkey. Played 88 minutes against Bosnia. No goal, no assist. And didn't do anything against Belgium and got hurt again. He's going to be 31 at the next World Cup. He's going to be 28 next year for the Gold Cup. I don't think he's the best player on the team anymore. I don't think he should be the face of the team. And I know, again, he hasn't officially been the captain. Call him Captain America. Pulisic should not be the captain moving forward for Team USA because he's not a good leader. And he's shown it. And he's not healthy enough to even be there. So, again, I don't want to sound like a hater. But we think of, we were having a debate. We were having a conversation after the loss against Belgium, all the reasons why it happened. And amidst the various reasons, the defending being god-awful as the most important one, the best player got hurt and also didn't do anything before he got hurt and did not do nearly a single thing in the entire tournament. There you go. In soccer, you're one of 11. Think about any other sport. Your best player basically does nothing. You're not going to win. And then on top of that, shows that they're a terrible leader. I'm sorry. I don't care how hurt the ankle is. And by the way, I saw that there was The Athletic reported that he sustained a bone bruise and microfracture in his lower leg against Belgium, and he's going to be sidelined for several weeks. Okay, yeah, you're going to have time to rest now. You shouldn't say it. You should never say that. Your dreams just came to an end. That was maybe Team USA's best chance of making a run. Who the hell knows what this team's going to look like in 4 years? I'm optimistic. But look at the rest of the world. Look how great some of these teams are. And even in 4 years from now, outside of a kid that's 14 right now who's 18 when the 2030 World Cup happens, and all of a sudden we've got one of the best players in the world on Team USA. Outside of that happening, Team USA beating France, they beating Spain, they beating England, they beating Argentina. Even when Messi retires, Argentina's still a pretty damn good team outside him. No. So that might have been their best chance. And their dreams came shattering back down to earth. And Pulisic after the game says, at least I have time to rest. Horrible look. And by the way, I haven't even mentioned that you got some of the people piling on right now. Tim Howard, best goalie in U.S. history, basically saying that what I would say about him is when someone shows you who they are, you believe them. I think he's a nice footballer. I still think he's the best player on the team. Outside of that, you'd have to ask me very direct questions to which I could give you very direct answers. Carly Lloyd tweeted that 2 days ago, you rest when your playing career is over, period. Yeah, preach. Landon Donovan also kind of went after him. And he said, quote, "This is an opportunity to help and to change your life forever. One of the biggest problems, I speak to people who are at U.S. Soccer. I speak to his sponsors. I speak to his teammates. I speak to the staff and the coaches. People are fed up with the way things are handled around him. And it's not necessarily him, but it's his agents, his family, His hangers-on, the people who are influencing people are fed up with it. They treat people poorly. They do things poorly. It's always a no whenever you want to ask, can we do an interview? It's always a no. You can't get near him. He doesn't say hi to the commentators who do all the games all the time. When they walk by, all the other guys come over and shake hands and say hello. There's just this sense about him that you can't get near him, and I actually don't think it's from him. I think it's from the people around him. Christian Pulisic has been getting crushed, rightfully so. And if you're looking for somebody in 4 years from now at the World Cup to be the savior, like Faux Balogun kind of was, like we should be looking at Faux Balogun. You shouldn't be looking at Pulisic. Not in 4 years from now when he's 31 and a myriad of injury history. But hopefully he can become a better leader by then and still play a major role on this team. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you some baseball score updates on a busy Thursday here in July. We got the sports going on, baby, and we'll get some calls as well when we return, because we got some phone callers on the line. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I lost way too much money last year fading the Chicago Bears, waiting for the other shoe to drop. So many close victories. Always a market correction with that. Always. Hey, and if you think I'm wrong, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs 2 years ago won an absurd amount of close games. We got a market correction. Even for a team that had Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, all of the pedigree, all of the success, there was a market correction. I think there will be a market correction with Chicago Bears. And I'm a Caleb Williams guy. I love the improv. I love the athleticism. He wowed you in some of these comebacks, especially against Green Bay. The throw against the Rams in the divisional round was amazing. The Bears defense stinks. First place schedule, brutal division. And in order for the Bears to be a bye, it has to be a monstrous leap for Caleb. If it's more of the same from Caleb, fun fourth quarters, uncertain, all sorts of wild unpredictability, with a bad defense and a good division and a really tough schedule, and everybody now gunning for the Bears, the Packers twice, the Vikings defense, the Lions, who had a year from hell a season ago, I just think they're the classic case of a team that regresses. Because the history of the league tells us the Patriots and the Bears are two types of teams that take steps back for a variety of different reasons.
Yeah, I don't think it is Scooble. I think it's Mason Miller. I think they have to go to San Diego. The Padres desperately need starting pitching, and they desperately need outfield offensive production. Okay, well, you've got, with Fried coming back, and at some point Clark Schmidt coming back, you're going to have Weathers and or Wells that could be moved, along with Dominguez and or Spencer Jones in a deal. And if you have to throw in Elmer Rodriguez, but if I can get Mason Miller at the end of the game and move everybody else up a spot, Bedard into the eighth inning, or Bednar into the eighth inning, and Duvall and others into the seventh, and Cruz into the seventh and sixth, then you protect your starting pitching. You can handle any matchup and situation. You've got a lockdown ninth inning guy, and you're not really hurting yourself in any significant way if you trade away those pieces because you've got better pieces on your roster that aren't going to be a factor in the postseason. Like, well, the likelihood is that Warren is not going to pitch Wells is not going to pitch Warren's not going to pitch in the postseason. Sorry, in the rotation. So you've got other options where you can go there. I think that Mason Miller is the go-to move.
But if LeBron wants to go and win a championship, there is an obvious fit for me that has not been discussed, and I don't think there's any way he'd go there. But my goodness, if he's willing to take the minimum and he's got the opportunity to go and play with Jokic, I know the Western Conference right now, the talk is, hey, it's just San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Justifiably so. Jokic is still a top 2 player in the world. He has not lost it. Let's not beat around the bush. The Nugget team has not been any good around him. Get Gordon back. Get LeBron on a minimum contract. That's the spot to go and win a championship. He could do it. LeBron, Murray, Jokic, Gordon, I'm in. Too bad it won't happen.
Great games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get right to your phone calls here. You want to join the show? 310-840-4910. You could call, you can text. It'll be a bit of a short segment here. We have a hard out in a couple of minutes, so we'll grab one phone caller now. We'll grab as many phone callers as we can next segment, so hang on patiently. But let's get to Ahmed, who's in Buffalo, next up on BetMGM tonight. Ahmed's on line 1. What's going on, Ahmed?
Hey, man, I heard you talking about Kylian Mbappe being the best player in the world right now.
Yes.
I would respectfully disagree, and I'm a little surprised you overlooked your boy from Manchester City, a guy named Erling Haaland, who's, I would say, doing more with less, a less stacked team than France, which could field 2 teams in the World Cup with how much talent they have. Guys to feed him the ball, guys to help him, guys to help get the most out of Mbappe, guys to make the defenders have to pick who they're going to cover between him and Dembele and some of the other threats they have. Haaland's a man by himself on that Norway team, and everybody knows that's who's scoring, and everybody's covering him with their best defender, and he's still getting it done every single game. He's got 60 goals in 54 appearances, by the way. He's averaging more than a goal a game for that team. And in the last, I want to say 16 months, they've lost 2 games that he didn't play for them. He wasn't available. So for me, Haaland's the best guy in the world right now.
Wow. Look, Ahmed, I as a Man City fan, again, I love, that is music to my ears, man. I love hearing that. I appreciate the call. Appreciate you bringing some good soccer opinions to the show. That's great. It's awesome. And don't get me wrong, I do think Haaland is maybe up there, right up there with anybody else as the best striker in the world, especially a poacher, a guy that can finish anything that is fed his way in the box, the headers, all the short finishes that he's already had. He had the one tap in on a shot that he didn't even hit that well. So look, trust me, I love that. But as a Man City fan, I've watched Haaland, unfortunately, too many times become invisible during the game if the ball is not fed to him. He doesn't have the passing skills. He doesn't have the dribbling skills that Mbappe has. I love Haaland. I love him. He's awesome. He's beautiful. The blonde hair is incredible. I don't think he's as great as a complete player as Mbappe is. It's a great point you mentioned. Mbappe's got all the help around him. Haaland doesn't have much. I still think Mbappe is the best player, but that was a great call. All right, more soccer, and we'll do hot or cold when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
how can you present a stretch of baseball for what we've seen over the last 3 weeks and then sit there and tell me, yeah, guess what? You're still going to be favorites to go and win the American League. We did this last year, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Everyone was dismissive of the Toronto Blue Jays all regular season. Oh, their run differential's not any good. Oh, just wait until October. Oh, it will be a different script when they match up in the postseason. And then we all lived it. We all watched it. The Yankees died like dogs. There's something missing within the intestinal fortitude of this team. And I'm a dope and an idiot for a variety of different reasons, which we'll get to when we detail some of the bets I made in the 2025 NFL season. But I thought it was different with this Yankee group. Because when Aaron Judge went down a few weeks ago and the general consensus around the sport was, what are the Yankees going to do? I'm proclaiming, hey, Yankees are going to be fine. Ben Rice, he's in a home run derby. He's an all-star. He can carry the offense. Cody Bellinger, he's an all-star. He's going to pick up the slack. Jazz Chisholm, Trent Grisham, on and on we go. Yankees can't score.
I think the Cubs really need to get some starting pitching. You know, they're going to be a playoff team, but they have just not had the kind of starting pitching that they need. I think the Cubs could look. It's certainly a Dombrowski move in Philadelphia. It's, you know, Dave Love stars. I could see him doing it. Atlanta could absolutely use Skubal to go up front with Sale in that rotation and make a difference. And Alex Anthopoulos has made big moves at the deadline before, adding David Price and Troy Tulowitzki in the past. And so you could find any number of teams. Milwaukee would be a great place to go. Tampa Bay would be a great place to go. Put them up there with McClanahan or Rasmussen in the rotation. And you know, I think that they're going to be players in it. I do. I think Tampa Bay's going to get in. I think the Cubs, though, are the team that really needs to do it. I think Jed Hoyer really needs to make the big move for Skubal and to get that fan base re-engaged in a way that they believe in this team to make a run in the postseason.
shuts down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Thursday night show kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of Twitter, you can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. And then you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We'll get to hot or cold here in just a second. And also in this final hour, teams are sending Rich Paul and LeBron voice memos. What is happening? Also, Mark Cuban speaks up again on getting freezed out of the Dallas Mavericks and the whole Luka trade, and I'm honestly getting sick of it. And plus, we will preview the men's Wimbledon semifinals tomorrow and talk about what a painful loss that was today for Coco Gauff. We also got hot or cold here coming up in just a couple of moments, but final hour is always open phone lines for you guys, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. Just a couple of about 15, 20 minutes ago, talking about Christian Pulisic and all the criticism that he's been getting following Team USA's 4-1 loss that sent him crashing out of the World Cup. Pulisic hurt in that game against Belgium, also didn't really do anything at all in the entire World Cup tournament, outside of having one assist in the 4-1 beatdown against Paraguay. And then after the loss on Monday night, where he injured his ankle, the quote, the damning quote, in my opinion, is, well, at least I'll get to rest. At least I'll get to rest the ankle. Terrible, terrible look. So I was talking about that. Let's get to some of your phone calls here because some of you want to weigh in on that. Again, 310-840-4910. Alex is next up in Baltimore on BetMGM tonight. Alex is on line one. What's up, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're crazy, and I didn't know there was such an uproar. I got suspended from Twitter, but I guess people who never won anything are teeing off. First of all, he doesn't talk to former players on the broadcast. You're talking about like people that never did anything, like John Harkes or like Taylor Twellman. Is that who you're talking about? You know,
that's what Landon Donovan said. Landon, I was reading a quote from Landon Donovan, who went on a podcast with Tim Howard and said that he basically doesn't talk to the commentators. I'm assuming he means that Landon Donovan was probably saying he doesn't come and talk to me. And again, I think Alexi Lalas is infuriating and he's so annoying, but probably doesn't talk to him.
What did he do? He lost to Ghana. What did Alexi Lalas do? These guys didn't do anything ever. I mean, go look at Pulisic AC Milan highlights. And first of all, what's he supposed to say when the goalie and the defense light the whole World Cup on fire? We were in that game, and then I can't get out of my own end. Let me just give it to Lukaku on this. How dare you come at Christian Pulisic for this? What's he supposed to do? Go play goalie? Is he supposed to score 3 goals to make? I mean, this is just classic America. And the people criticizing him, again, see the AC Milan. He is better than everybody else. He's better than all those people. And there's nobody else on it. Who do you want to be captain? Like, who did anything? They played Paraguay, Australia, Turkey, and Bosnia, and their B team couldn't even beat Turkey. Nobody on Team USA did anything. So I don't even get it. I think you lost the parlay. I think you had +1 shots on target for Christian Pulisic, and you're mad.
Nope.
I think you lost money on that game.
And
I think you're bitter.
Alex, I didn't bet the game at all.
Stupid.
I didn't bet the game at all. Let me ask you: do you know Christian Pulisic? Are you friends with him? Do you know him? Or is that why you're defending him so vehemently?
I have to be friends with him to know that he's better than Alexi Lalas Landon Donovan lost to Ghana. Alexi Lalas, what did they do? They beat Colombia because the one guy scored the own goal and then he got killed when he went back home. This country has never done anything. If anything, Christian Pulisic is emblematic of American soccer in the perfect way. Every World Cup, they get people hyped up on, maybe this is the year we'll go to the semifinals, and you put one player on a pedestal. It's Dempsey, it's Donovan, it's Kobe Jones back. I mean, it's ridiculous. And what are these other countries doing? Did they stop playing soccer? Did Belgium stop playing soccer? It's unreasonable to expect this team to pass anybody else. The one time they got past the round of 16 was against Mexico, who they beat all the time anyway. They've done nothing ever, and it's ridiculous the amount of grief this guy's getting. He should be frustrated when the goalie lit the World Cup on fire.
Alex, stay with me here because I feel like your anger is misplaced at me. First of all, I never said anything about Alexi Lalas deserves all the respect and deserves Christian Pulisic to come up to him and kiss his feet, or Landon Donovan, or any of that. But it feels like the picture that Landon Donovan was painting about Christian Pulisic is that he doesn't, he's not the leader that he should be. And again, whether or not he's the captain or not, or we Captain America or not, he's the best player on the team. I think you and I would agree he's the face of that team. And that just, for former U.S. players, what reason would Landon Donovan or Tim Howard?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Because on a real team, pick your real top 10 FIFA team, your captain is your midfielder. On teams that are subpar, that's when they want to jam some striker who just wants to come in and do his business. He shouldn't have to lead. Just get him the ball. What is he? It's not
true. Messi's the captain. Ronaldo's the captain. There are several teams where their striker's the captain.
Hold on. Oh, are we a team where we have a top 5 player in the world? I'm talking about your average top 10 team, your De Bruyne's, players like that. I think Spain's captain's probably a midfielder. It's not uncommon. It's actually more uncommon to have a player like, a Messi. I mean, nice example there. Where's our Messi? Where's our Ronaldo? It's just ridiculous. Your opinion.
Spain's captain is Rodri, by the way. So yes, midfielder. You were spot on. But why are you coming? Why are you coming at me? Why are you coming at me about this? But because you, first of all, one of your comments was.
Here's why. I'll tell you exactly what pissed me off. All right, and correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say? Yes, the conversation is about he shouldn't be captain going forward, but I thought you said he was not the captain already. He wasn't the captain, correct?
Yeah, Tim Ream was the captain.
So that's why your whole thing seems unhinged. It's out of nowhere. He's not the captain, right? He's not the captain, and then people are like, he should never be captain again. It seems out of left field, and nobody's even. It's irrelevant. It seems like you say something like that. It seems like you've got a bone to pick.
Well,
right?
No, because here's the thing. Tim Ream is 30.
Okay.
Tim Ream's 38. So there's going to have to be a new captain or somebody that Tyler Adams was the captain in 2022. I think he'd be a fine choice. I think Weston McKennie would be a fine choice. Those are the typical midfielders like you're talking about, guys that are box to box, having a huge impact in the game. But I'm saying, and Christian Pulisic, his nickname for a lot of people is Captain America because he used to wear the captain armband for several big games. The Gold Cup, I think, back in 2020, was it 2021 or whatever? He was the captain during that tournament. So he has been captain before. And I'm saying in the future, he should not be captain because he's not a good leader.
You act like his Twitter handle is Captain America. People don't give themselves nicknames. He just wants to play soccer. That's crazy. And let me say one more thing. If you want this team to be competitive, forget everything else. Do what works. Look at what Morocco's doing. Look at what Cape Verde did. Just give a bunch of people that just missed the squad in these top 10 squad citizenship. Problem over. Get that goalie out of here. Get any other goalie from the whole world. Just buy a team. Forget U.S. soccer. Forget MLS. I mean, Flo Balogun. What does he play for, some MLS team? This is embarrassing. Just buy a team or stop hyping them up. I'm going to be watching you in 4 years. I don't want to hear you saying, I think maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll make a run. Shut up. You don't know anything. It's so
No,
dumb.
Alex, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you shut up? Why don't you stop speaking? Get off my freaking show, because I gave you enough leash, and I gave you too much respect, and I gave you too much credit for what you actually deserved, because you're the one that's unhinged. You're the one that it feels like at times during that phone call, you're a Team USA supporter. Other times you hate Team USA. We should not have any Americans be on the team. We should get other guys that can claim American citizenship, and we should just buy them. Forget Team USA. Forget MLS. I thought you actually knew what you were talking about. You actually have no idea what you're talking about. Faux Balogun plays for Monaco in France, which is a pretty damn good club, and he played for Arsenal U23 before that. So he was a highly touted player in Arsenal's system, and now he plays in the top league, top tier in France, and scored 13 goals this year for Monaco. No, he doesn't play in the MLS. And you know the other thing, several players on Team USA do not play in the MLS. They play in the top leagues in Europe, and again, I wasn't even hyping them up, you loser, Alex, you moron. I wasn't even hyping that up. At no point during this tournament did I say Team USA is going to win. Oh, do you believe in miracles? Team USA is going to win the World Cup. We're going to beat Spain. We're going to beat France. Oh, who cares? We're going to beat all these guys. I never said that once. I thought they could beat Belgium, and they were favorites, whether you paid attention or not to the odds or whatnot. And also, screw you. Oh, what did you lose, a parlay because you took Pulisic to get a shot? That's what pisses me off most, that as a sports broadcaster, as a sports radio host, that I'm supposed to have opinions for my job. So if I criticize somebody, oh, you must have lost a parlay on them, didn't you? No. Not even close. But I thought they could beat Belgium because they played better than Belgium did going into that game. And you want to criticize Paraguay, they beat Germany. As fraudulent as Germany appeared to be, Paraguay knocked them out. USA crushed Paraguay 4-1. Easily beat Australia 2-0, who then went to penalties with Egypt, who then was beating Australia 2-0. So you want to use your law of syllogism, and if this, then that, and this. USA beat Paraguay, who knocked out Germany and only lost by 1 goal to France. USA beat Australia, who went to penalties with Egypt, who then was beating Argentina. And we played our backup squad against Turkey. And they played their starters, and they played for pride, and they were supposed to be the best team in that group. And that game meant nothing anyway. Easily beat, or not easily, but pretty convincingly beat Bosnia, despite the fact that USA went down to 10 men. They were a better side than Belgium going into that game, based on form, based on results. They played an awful game. Yes, Pulisic he should not be getting all the heat. And if you actually listen to the show and shut your mouth for once, and not just come on here and act like you know everything, I ripped the USA defense to shreds. It was the number one reason they lost the game on Monday. The defense was terrible. Tim Ream was terrible. The goalkeeping, that error by Freeze, was terrible. Even if Pulisic played his A game, it probably wouldn't have been enough. But the thing about him is that for somebody that has been so hyped, and maybe not, and again, I didn't hype Team USA. I thought they could beat Belgium. I didn't think there was ever a chance they would beat Spain if they beat Belgium. Never said they were going to make this big, deep run. I think getting to the round of 16 was a pretty good achievement. But then on top of that, the way they had been playing, a lot of fans, a lot of people that watched the game of soccer thought, yeah, Team USA should get to the quarterfinals. And if they got there and lost to Spain, nobody would be freaking out. Nobody would have been making oh, how terrible, Pulisic's terrible, and so, yeah, one game, is it a huge difference? I mean, yeah, it's the way they lost. It's the fact that they were the favorites at home with all the pressure, and they just basically didn't show up. They bleeped the bed. I don't think anybody overhyped them. I think the expectations were then for them to get to the knockout stage and then see who they play. And they were a big favorite against Bosnia, and they delivered. And then it was a 50-50 game against Belgium, and for the way they played, it was disappointing. To criticize Team USA for the loss against Belgium doesn't mean that you had them winning that game and beating Spain and beating France, beating everybody. But man, the way they were playing, they probably should have won that game going into it against Belgium, who looked fraudulent. who tied their first 2 games against subpar opponents. Congrats, they crushed New Zealand, something we easily could have done and did against better teams. And then they were down 2-0 against Senegal and needed a miracle comeback. They were there to be had. And also, to answer one of your other stupid points that you made, Alex, again, throw out the MLS. Well, here's the thing. Let me just educate you here a little bit. Like I said, most of the starting 11 plays in the top leagues in Europe. Serginho Dest plays for PSV in the Netherlands, used to play for Barcelona. Alex Freeman plays for Villarreal in Spain. Chris Richards plays for Crystal Palace in the Premier League. Anthony Robinson plays for Fulham in the Premier League. Austin Trusty plays for Celtic, Scotland. All right, not that great of a league. Joe Scally plays for Mönchengladbach in Germany in the Bundesliga. Brendan Aronson plays for Leeds in the Premier League. Tyler Adams plays for Bournemouth in the Premier League. Weston McKennie plays for Juventus in the top in Italy, Serie A. Gio Reyna plays for Mönchengladbach in Germany. Malik Tillman plays for Leverkusen in the Bundesliga. Timothy Weah, who barely even played, plays for Marseille in the top league in France. Bo Balogun plays for Monaco, top league in France. Ricardo Pepi, PSV. Pulisic, AC Milan. Haji Wright plays for Coventry, one of the lower tiers in England. Not a bad league. Like, barely anybody on the team plays for the MLS. And I'm not one of those guys that the MLS sucks. I mean, I don't watch it. I watch the Premier League. I don't have enough time to watch more than one soccer league as it is. I like watching the Premier League. I like Man City. I like them since 2015 when they won their first Premier League. I didn't expect them to become a juggernaut. For anybody listening, like, oh, wow, Man City fan. Would he jump on the bandwagon? I mean, I did like 12 years ago when they won their first title. I didn't think they were going to turn into what they turned into. But I like watching the Premier League. But to like, for somebody that came on and seemed to know everything, and I didn't know what I was talking about, you don't even know what teams these guys plays for. They play in the top leagues in Europe. Half the squad I just mentioned plays for either in the Premier League, in the top league in Germany, or in the top league in Spain or Italy. This is the best 4 leagues in the world, in my opinion. So, I mean, I don't think Team USA is that far off. I didn't think they were that far off coming into this tournament. And then the way they played on top of that, I was like, wow, okay. Quarterfinals. They only did it one other time, 2002. And yeah, I think Pulisic deserves a lot of grief. I don't care if you think the squad was overhyped, what you thought about the result. I don't give a damn. He's the best player on that, like you mentioned. Oh, watch his highlights in AC Milan. So is that all you watch is the highlights? Because, Pulisic this year at AC Milan only scored 8 goals. Not that that's nothing. He had a decent season. The year before that, he had 11 goals and 9 assists. The year before that, he had 12 goals and 8 assists. And he played 30 games. But he was often hurt. And then he was hurt and missed a game in the World Cup and got hurt again in the last game of the tournament. And he's been hurt before in other tournaments for Team USA. And again, I don't give a damn about Alexi Lalas, and I'm not saying he should be kissing the feet of Landon Donovan or Tim Howard, but those are whether or not they did anything, whether or not they ever won a World Cup, those are viewed as some of the best players in Team USA history. And Donovan, even though I don't think he's a great broadcaster, he's on the broadcast coverage. Tim Howard, he's on NBC's broadcast coverage. Clint Dempsey on the Fox broadcast coverage of the World Cup. And so when you have somebody like Landon Donovan, who used to be a leader, and I believe I'm almost positive Landon Donovan was he was captain of Team USA on several occasions. And so when you have somebody say that, a pretty damning statement about who's supposed to be the best player on the team, and he was willing to be public with that message and with that statement, that should tell you what other people think of him, what other people think of Christian Pulisic. And I feel, what we're marketed with on commercials is, oh, this is Captain America. And you're right, he's not the captain, but he's the face of the team. He's supposed to be the best player on the team. Like you said, all you got to do is watch his highlights in AC Milan. And he did nothing in the tournament. And then after getting knocked out, he's asked about his ankle injury, which, not great that he got hurt again. I'm not saying he has to go up there and say, my ankle doesn't even hurt. I just can't believe we lost. I'm not saying he's got to be like that to the other end of the spectrum with his answer. But the fact that he said, at least I get to rest now, nobody cares to hear that from him. Nobody. Like, learn a little PR 101. Learn a little bit about what a leader, what the best player on the team should be saying after you just had your hopes and dreams crushed. Something to the extent of, I don't know. Yeah, look, the ankle's fine. I'm pissed we lost. Yeah, the ankle will be fine. I'll get to rest the ankle, but I'm frustrated for my guys, frustrated for my team. Like, that was the end of the quote. Yeah, ankle's twisted, whatever, yada, yada, but at least I get to rest, so I'll be okay. Come on. Give me a break. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get another caller. Jeez. And I'm all for you. If you call in, you could disagree. You could be strong, passionate. You could say I'm an idiot. Like, once. But, have a little bit of respect. I think I have an idea of what I'm talking about. Watched soccer for a long time. Played in high school. I was an all-state goalie in high school. Not to pat myself on the back. I'm just, I know the game. I played for multiple club teams when I was in high school. Probably should have played in college. Probably should have played. Probably should have played soccer in college instead of high school. Had a couple visits. Not with any D1 team, but probably should have played in college. But I love the game. Played FIFA like it was my job for years. And I love watching the game. I watch the Premier League and I watch my favorite team is Man City. I watch them every week. And I watch the World Cup and the Euros and all the other major tournaments every time they roll around. So I think I know a little bit of what I'm talking about when I'm talking soccer. And I feel like this World Cup, man, it's got people worked up. Got me worked up, but somebody that claims to not know Christian Pulisic and also think that Team USA stinks and the MLS stinks, boy, that last caller, Alex, really felt like going to the end of the earth to stand up for him. All right, let's get in another caller here. 310-840-4910. Todd is next up in Tampa here on BetMGM tonight. Todd, what's going on?
Let's get down to business. I played right wing in college. I would have put my college team up against that USA team any day, and we would have won. But let me say something to the team. That was terrible. Y'all were terrible. Okay, I don't. If you give up a goal early, then you tie it at 1-1. Now this kid, this number 10, was going down the baseline, okay, and he was beating our guy on the left fullback like a drum, okay. He was beating him like a drum. Now still, he crosses the ball. He's at the end line, and what is the keeper doing? Okay, you got one guy in front of you, okay, and he can't score at that angle. You know that, I know that. All he's got to do is he pushes the ball. Like, you should have been able to get there and punch that ball out. That second goal shouldn't have happened. That was a travesty. Okay, that was a joke. Okay, that's number one. Number two is then you come off your line 35 feet like an idiot. Okay, and you're trying to kick the ball, you hit the ground, and you choke out there. What are you doing? Okay, now had Tim Howard been in there, that would have been a 1-1 tie, and we would have gone to overtime, and we would have gone to penalty kicks, and maybe we would have lost it or whatever. But by the way, Pulisic had 11 turnovers. Okay, 11 turnovers. Okay, so and you get what now? Don't get me wrong. Egypt had a 2-0 lead over Argentina at the 80th minute mark, and they still gave up 2 goals to tie and 1 goal to win. So they choked. Okay, so Colombia had a guy kick the ball right, but we had our guy that the president got the ban lifted. He should have never got a red card in the first place. Okay, and he kicks it over the goal and in front of the net instead of tapping it home. So. And I'm glad the president did that because we want to see the best players out on the pitch. Let me say the whole team, and the coach didn't do anything. You can't. Defense wins championships. Defense wins championships. You should have been back there saying they're not scoring. Okay, they're not scoring. Now they dominated the play, and so when your wings can't beat them, you've got to send balls in the middle. You've got to put the ball in the air and see if your guys can head it home and come up with another game plan. You got to attack the middle. So it was a terrible coaching job. It was terrible defense. It was a terrible goaltending, and on the biggest stage, y'all collapsed. Okay, now y'all collapsed as a team, and that's the travesty over there. That was the travesty in the United States, and maybe I don't expect you to beat Messi, okay, but Messi showed me something, okay. He showed me that when they were down 2-0, when it looked like Egypt was going to advance. Okay, he found it in his bag to put a ball right there, and they headed home. They 2-1, and then they got another one. And they went to overtime. The guy was crying because he knew they were on the precipice of disaster. And great players make great plays when the game's on the line. And that's what I want to tell this team. You better wake the freak up because y'all were a joke against Belgium, and the whole team was a joke. I'll talk to you later.
Todd, appreciate the call. I will. I'll make sure Team USA gets the message. No, look. I mean, that was good stuff. He's fired up, and I know it's been 3 days, but for a lot of people, that loss is going to sting for a while, because I think there was a lot of hope and expectations built up with the way they had played before that. I didn't think Mauricio Pochettino, the manager, that was a big move getting him again. He's managed PSG, he's managed Tottenham, he's managed Chelsea. The latter two not in great spots right now, but still iconic brands. And when they got him to manage Team USA, that was a huge get. And I think he did. I thought he was great throughout the entire tournament. I thought most of the tactics, I didn't think there was really anything he could have done to change that result. It really was it was terrible defending. It was terrible defending that put him in a hole. Malik Tillman goes out and scores another great free kick off a deflection, got some help on it, sure, but it was the defending. It was Tim Ream. It was Freeze. In net, not punching that second goal out. Todd was spot on about that. Sitting on his line, a ball that's close, that is that close to the goal. You got to come out. You got to punch that thing away. And then, I mean, you don't even need to watch a soccer game in your life before Monday night to know that he effectively ended the game coming out there and then holding on to the ball and getting it taken away. And they tap into an empty net to make it 3-1. And there was nothing Pochettino could have done. That was it. It was a terrible performance. They played their F game when for most of the tournament they had played at or near their A game. 310-840-4910. All right, we got to go to break. We've got 2 other callers on hold. If you want to get aboard, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. We'll try to squeeze in some hot or cold as well. A little Wimbledon preview, a Djokovic Sinner tomorrow. Massive match. Can't wait for that. So we'll try to get all that accomplished before we get out of here, and some scoreboard update as well on Major League Baseball. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Who would crack the top 10 all-time starters that I've seen? And where would Justin Verlander fit on that list? Well, after sitting down, after kind of putting it all together, He falls short of the top 5. I could not put him in the top 5. And I'm going to work my way from 1 down to 10. And I think my answers for a couple of these are going to surprise you, because my number one pitcher that I've seen in my lifetime, again, not throwing a great Mariano Rivera in there because we excluded relief pitchers, starting pitchers. The most dominant, the most impressive starting pitcher of my lifetime, without question, is Pedro Martinez. And I know he does not have the longevity that you're going to get from a Clemens, that you're going to get from a Greg Maddux or a Randy Johnson. But the bottom line is this. At the peak of their prowess, was there ever a starter better than 99, 2000 Pedro Martinez? The answer to that question for me is no. So I am going to take that. I am going to supersede that over any of the longevity factors that you could throw into the equation. Pedro was always going to have that top spot for me. And the numbers aren't going to back it up, but the eye test is going to back it up. And this comes from somebody that absolutely detested Pedro Martinez when he pitched for the Boston Red Sox. So I think it shows you I'm giving you an element of fair and balanced and reasonable all in the same sentence. So I am putting Pedro in that top spot. Now, I don't want to hear about steroids. I don't care about steroids. 2, 3, and 4, I think you're splitting hairs, honestly, between these three guys. I have Clemens in the 2 spot. I then put Randy Johnson 3rd, and then I put Greg Maddux 4th. Is there a case to be made that Randy Johnson could be ahead of Roger Clemens? Potentially. And I did dock those guys a little bit because there were some shady postseason moments for all of them. Roger Clemens had plenty of postseason duds. Randy Johnson, despite the 2001 World Series winning co-MVP with Kurt Schilling, there were World Series duds. I mean, they're all, listen, Clemens is 7-time Cy Young. He's got MVP. Randy Johnson was a 10-time Cy Young at 5 Cy Youngs, a 10-time All-Star, 5 Cy Youngs, and Maddux was an 8-time All-Star, 4 Cy Youngs. So they all had a different craft about the way they went about their business. All dominant nonetheless. So I think that top 4 is really tough to crack. 5, I went with Roy Halladay. And he didn't have the longevity that Verlander put together, that Clayton Kershaw put together. I docked Clayton Kershaw. Because how many times did I watch Clayton Kershaw go and basically wet the bed in every postseason and every World Series start that you saw him pitch? Like, I'm penalizing him for that. I saw Roy Halladay go and throw a freaking no-hitter in a playoff game. Roy Halladay, who won multiple Cy Youngs, who, from an eye test standpoint, wowed me in many ways, more so than a guy like Justin Verlander. So my top 5, Pedro, Clemens, Johnson, Maddux, Halladay. Now, where does Verlander fit in? I had him right below Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw, better regular season pitcher. Verlander, better in the postseason. Verlander's ahead of Scherzer. Scherzer's got a really good resume. He doesn't have an MVP. He doesn't have multiple championships. And there's a great rivalry between those two guys. So that was close. Verlander, Scherzer. And then I rounded out my list. 9th on my list was John Smoltz. He's got to be there. All-time great postseason performer. Starter, reliever. Brilliant, brilliant pitcher. And 10, I didn't go with Tom Glavine. Maybe this is the Yankee homer in me talking. I put CC Sabathia there because of what he did in 2008 for the Milwaukee Brewers. Then you throw in the fact that he goes to the Yankees in his first year and he wins a Cy Young.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get right back to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Jeez, we were talking in the break, myself and Grant, who's filling in for Brandon Combs tonight. Who knew? 3 days later, Christian Pulisic, Team USA, would have this many people still fired up. Well, let's get to Johnny next up in Atlanta here on BetMGM tonight. Johnny's on line one. What's up, Johnny?
Come on, Pat. Hey, that was you ran into a passionate soccer fan right there, and it was nice hearing y'all go back and forth. And I applaud you of being patient. Like, hey, let him say something, because he was getting rude. I thought, like, man, you should hang up on that guy, but you let him get what he said, and I applaud you on that. And then the New York had to come out, but to hear y'all go back and forth, like, man, I gotta get back in soccer, man. I gotta get in soccer and see how it is. They say a lot of soccer is a lot of passionate fans, and y'all talk bad about the MLS. Like, man, I went to an MLS game, man, the Atlanta United game. I thought it was pretty good. It was a lot of energy was in the arena. So I'm like, man, I just wanted to see how overseas is, but and then I thought, hold on, the goalie from US is from MLS. I see why they was talking bad about it, but my thing is like this. Let the MLS, I think they should have got more MLS players, because guess what? They're going to play hard for the country they play in. So that's my opinion. But I'm not a soccer fan. I just go to the game every now and then. But y'all going back and forth, hey, I like it. That's my take.
Johnny, I appreciate you as always, man. And then you got the iconic Johnny catchphrase. Come on, Pat. Usually Johnny would say that if he was disagreeing with what I said, which was like 90% of the time when he would call in, when we talk basketball, when we talk football. So Johnny usually breaks my chops, and that's fine because we go back and forth, but there's mutual respect, even though we disagree with each other 99% of the time. But yeah, I mean, the caller that I had to start the hour, we were going, he was going after me. I went back at him. He got nuts. And when you start telling me I have no idea what I'm talking about, and with some venom there, and then I have to defend my credentials as somebody that played soccer, as somebody that's been watching soccer my entire life, and and you hear me talk about this, I think I know what I'm talking about. So like I said, we could disagree, we can go at it. I'm not even saying you got to keep it respectful, but there's a certain leash that you have. And Alex ran out of his leash. But yeah, Johnny said, he goes, I'm surprised you gave him that much time. You gave him that much leash. You didn't hang up on him. I did eventually. When he kept speaking over me and had no idea what he was talking about, saying that USA always beats Mexico. We don't always beat Mexico. We actually usually get beaten by Mexico. And that most of the players on Team USA play in the MLS. It's actually not the case. But yeah, no, Johnny, I'm glad that the MLS is a good league. It's a fine league. It's a good product. It's just not the best players in the world. You get, and I like what MLS has become in certain instances, getting some of the player. Look, Leo Messi plays in the MLS, and you see how good he still is. Like, that should tell you that it's a pretty good league. Messi plays in the MLS right now, and we're watching him dominate this World Cup. He's tied with Mbappe for the most goals in the tournament. He single-handedly brought Argentina back from the dead. When Andrea Pirlo, who was one of the best midfielders in Italy's history, when he came here, and you get David Villa, one of the best strikers for Spain that would come here, and you still get some of I think Robert Lewandowski actually, he played for Bayern Munich and Barcelona for years, played for Poland, and unfortunately Poland never had that great of a squad, but Lewandowski, one of the best strikers of the last 10, 15 years, I think he's coming over to play in the MLS now. So you get some of the older players, they come here to the States, all right, it's a start. And a lot of people that, it's just a retirement league for these guys. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because again, look at the greatest of all time. Look what Messi's doing for Miami, and look at what he's still doing for Argentina. So the MLS, it's a step, if not 2 steps below the Premier League. And it's probably 3 steps below the Premier League, but it maybe only is a step or 2 below the Bundesliga in Germany and Serie A in Italy and La Liga in Spain. It's a good league, and I'm glad that you went and caught some Atlanta United game, Johnny. And if you really want to get into, which I think is the best league in the world, the Premier League, Saturday morning, Sunday mornings, it's going to start up in a couple of months, man. It's there. It's there every weekend. It's there every weekend. 310-840-4910. I think that was all of Johnny's points I wanted to answer. 310-840-4910. Oh, yeah. I mean, the goalie for USA, Matt Freese. Look, he does play for NYCFC. After watching that game against Belgium, I'm not sure why they didn't stick with Matt Turner, who's the other goalie who played the game against Turkey and started every game in the 2022 World Cup. Matt Turner, who plays in the Premier League, or he did. I think he plays for Lyon now in France. Hindsight's 2020. Matt Freese had a pretty good tournament until that game. But the error he made not coming off his line to punch away that goal for the second goal, and then obviously the massive blunder for the third goal. You can't defend it. 310-840-4910. Let's get to John, who's next up in Illinois on BetMGM tonight. What's up, John?
Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Pat, can you hear me? All right, cool.
Yeah, I got you.
So I've spent the last 5 years working as a teacher and an athletic director for a middle school. And one thing that became so apparent, and especially I want to get to the Lexi Lawless conversation here, one thing that's become so painfully apparent to me is that so many kids are being priced out of the game of soccer, that we are shrinking the talent pool. And this is what's going to keep happening with Team USA unless we as a sporting community kind of get together and do something about it. And one of the reasons why I think a lot of people, like maybe your first caller, is mad at Lexi Lawless. I mean, that first caller you had, guy was kind of a serious butthole, but he made the point about Alexi Lawless. Alexi Lawless needs to touch grass, because when he comes out and says things like, where is all this free soccer going to come from? Not realizing that the rest of the world has figured out a way to make sure that kids play sport, not just kids whose parents can afford $15,000 a year. It's just raw mathematics at that point. You're shrinking your talent base, and it's not truly a meritocracy anymore. It's not the kids who have the most potential. It's the kids whose parents have the biggest pocketbook. It's turning into lacrosse and hockey in this country.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If we don't do something about it, all you're going to get is this kind of showing from Team USA. I don't know what needs to happen. I don't know if MLS needs to make it. I know that Chicago Fire FC has an academy. I don't know if the other MLS teams do, but they've got to make the game more accessible. I don't know if you've got to entice some foreign ownership groups to come over here and say, hey, this is your chance to own a club. And by the way, MLS, we're talking about the quality of the league. They're number 10 in the world right now. And some people might say, oh, the 10th best league, that's nothing. That's something, because they really have not maintained a level of consistency that high. When you're talking about the entire world of every country that's got a league or got multiple leagues, they're the 10th ranked league in the world right now by FIFA. And that is an accomplishment in and of itself, but we can't just rest on that. We got to figure out how to turn more kids from kids who only get to play soccer in the park or only get to play on their middle school team into kids who, if this is what they want to do, they get to play the game that they love longer. And until we get some of the more nefarious, private equity firms and the money makers, and especially in youth sports level, I call them the trophy hunters, the guys who maybe they're not coaching the game the right way for development. They're coaching because they want trophies on their desk at work. You got to figure out a way to weed those people out. And I think that's where the professional players, the MLS guys, and even the Team USA guys need to kind of come out and say, hey, this has to change.
Yeah, look, John, that's a lot of great points, man. I appreciate the call. And I do believe that all 30 MLS teams have academies. Each MLS club operates its own youth academy. But I think the biggest issue, and this is something you hit on, is that a lot of AAU teams, club teams for kids that are ages, I mean, they start some of them as early as 8 years old. You could be in an AAU team or an AAU academy. And there are, I mean, I don't know how young these MLS academy teams go. Like, I know for sure that like Barcelona, like you could be in the Barcelona academy when you're 8 years old. But I know a lot of AAU teams, club teams. I played for one. I had to pay. I had another club team that I tried out for. They wanted $5,000 for the season. and that's exactly what John is talking about. That is exactly what a lot of people are talking about. A lot of these AAU teams from kids that are ages 8 to, 15, 16, some of them all the way up until 18 years old, you have to pay to play on. Some of them, again, he mentioned it, $5,000, $10,000 for the entire year just to be a part of that. And you see how it becomes, who's got the biggest pockets rather than who's actually got the most talent. Whereas teams and clubs in Europe and countries in Europe and countries all over, basically everywhere else but here, they will pay you to be a part of their academy. And your parents get the paid for what you are making, what your brand is, what your value is. Because then the way that it happens in Europe at the top leagues and in the pros is that each team gets paid a transfer fee for that player. And then that gets distributed to the academy and the other teams that help have that player in their academy as well. If you're on your second or third club or whatever. And then separately, you negotiate a contract as well. That's how it has to be in the U.S. rather than paying clubs to join them. And so John hit that nail on the head. And there's a lot of people that have been talking about that. All right, we have to take a break here. 310-840-4910. We'll squeeze in as many phone calls as we can when we finish. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I lost way too much money last year fading the Chicago Bears, waiting for the other shoe to drop. So many close victories. Always a market correction with that. Always. Hey, and if you think I'm wrong, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs 2 years ago won an absurd amount of close games. We got a market correction. Even for a team that had Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, all of the pedigree, all of the success, there was a market correction. I think there will be a market correction with Chicago Bears. And I'm a Caleb Williams guy. I love the improv. I love the athleticism. He wowed you in some of these comebacks, especially against Green Bay. The throw against the Rams in the divisional round was amazing. The Bears defense stinks. First place schedule, brutal division. And in order for the Bears to be a bye, it has to be a monstrous leap for Caleb. If it's more of the same from Caleb, fun fourth quarters, uncertain, all sorts of wild unpredictability, with a bad defense and a good division and a really tough schedule, and everybody now gunning for the Bears, the Packers twice, the Vikings defense, the Lions, who had a year from hell a season ago. I just think they're the classic case of a team that regresses, because the history of the league tells us the Patriots and the Bears are two types of teams that take steps back for a variety of different reasons.
Yeah, I don't think it is Scooble. I think it's Mason Miller. I think they have to go to San Diego. The Padres desperately need starting pitching, and they desperately need outfield offensive production. Okay, well, you've got with Fried coming back, and at some point Clark Schmidt coming back, you're going to have Weathers and or Wells that could be moved, along with Dominguez and or Spencer Jones in a deal. And if you have to throw in Elmer Rodriguez, but if I can get Mason Miller at the end of the game and move everybody else up a spot, Bedard into the 8th inning, or Bednar into the 8th inning, and Duvall and others into the 7th, and Cruz into the 7th and 6th, then you protect your starting pitching. You can handle any matchup and situation. You've got a lockdown 9th inning guy, and you're not really hurting yourself in any significant way if you trade away those pieces, because you've got better pieces on your roster that aren't going to be a factor in the postseason. Like, well, the likelihood is that Warren is not going to pitch Wells is not going to pitch Warren's not going to pitch in the postseason. Sorry, in the rotation. So you've got other options where you can go there. I think that Mason Miller is the go-to move.
But if LeBron wants to go and win a championship, there is an obvious fit for me that has not been discussed, and I don't think there's any way he'd go there. But my goodness, if he's willing to take the minimum and he's got the opportunity to go and play with Jokic, I know the Western Conference right now, the talk is, hey, it's just San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Justifiably so. Jokic is still a top 2 player in the world. He has not lost it. Let's not beat around the bush. The Nugget team has not been any good around him. Get Gordon back. Get LeBron on a minimum contract. That's the spot to go and win a championship. He could do it. LeBron, Murray, Jokic, Gordon, I'm in. Too bad it won't happen.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, really quickly, we have a hard out here to end the show in less than 2 minutes. We're going to try to squeeze in 2 phone calls. I ask that you be as brief as you can, and if you don't get a chance to get in, give us a call back tomorrow. We're back here for a big Friday show, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. So I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight. Let's finish up with your phone calls here. Daniel's in Chicago next up on BetMGM Tonight. What's up, Daniel?
Thank you, Pat. Love your show. Just one quick question. I'm only a casual soccer fan. On that third Belgium goal, as the ball was in the air descending towards the goalie, why couldn't he, or could he have just simply caught the ball and thrown it back or kicked it back out to the other side? Why did he try having the ball hit against his chest and drop to the ground? Couldn't you just caught the ball and thrown it or kicked it back in the other direction?
Daniel, I appreciate the call. Let me see here. Off the top of my head, so yes, he could have. I just pulled up the highlights. So yeah, Belgium hit it last. It was a ball that was pinged over the top. I guess he thought that it was at the Ketelaere or whoever else on Belgium was going to get there first. So he raced out of the box. If he stayed in the box and the ball got there, yes, he could have just grabbed it and picked it up. But once he decided to come out and chest it down, he should have just got rid of it and booted the thing to safety. He comes out, chests it, and then he tries to play with it and then fake passes it and tries to make another move. That's what screwed him. Yes, if the ball got to the box, he could have just used his hands. Like, he's the only player on the field allowed to do that. And he could have just picked it up and could have avoided that whole mess. Sometimes as a goalie, you're not sure. It's a split, breakneck decision. You got to come out. Chesting the ball down was probably the worst thing he could have done. Again, use some athleticism. Jump kick and boot the thing away if you're really that unsure. That was way too much. Way too much playing with the ball, and it screwed him. All right, we got to get out of here. Again, we'll talk some more soccer tomorrow, 310-840-4910. Thanks to everybody working on the show. Thanks to Grant Leader. Thanks to Peyton and Westwood One Studios. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Zach Kroll, my co-host Brad. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow back here, 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM Tonight.
How can you present a stretch of baseball for what we've seen over the last 3 weeks and then sit there and tell me, yeah, guess what? You're still going to be favorites to go and win the American League. We did this last year, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Everyone was dismissive of the Toronto Blue Jays all regular season. Oh, their run differential's not any good. Oh, just wait until October. Oh, it will be a different script when they match up in the postseason. And then we all lived it. We all watched it. The Yankees died like dogs. There's something missing within the intestinal fortitude of this team. And I'm a dope and an idiot for a variety of different reasons, which we'll get to when we detail some of the bets I made in the 2025 NFL season. But I thought it was different with this Yankee group. Because when Aaron Judge went down a few weeks ago and the general consensus around the sport was, what are the Yankees going to do? I'm proclaiming, hey, Yankees are going to be fine. Ben Rice, he's in a home run derby. He's an all-star. He can carry the offense. Cody Bellinger, he's an all-star. He's going to pick up the slack. Jazz Chisholm, Trent Grisham, on and on we go. Yankees can't score.
I think the Cubs really need to get some starting pitching. You know, they're going to be a playoff team, but they have just not had the kind of starting pitching that they need. I think the Cubs could look. It's certainly a Dombrowski move in Philadelphia. It's, Dave Love stars. I could see him doing it. Atlanta could absolutely use Skubal to go up front with Sale in that rotation and make a difference. And Alex Anthopoulos has made big moves at the deadline before, adding David Price and Troy Tulowitzki in the past. And so you could find any number of teams. Milwaukee would be a great place to go. Tampa Bay would be a great place to go. Put them up there with McClanahan or Rasmussen in the rotation. I think that they're going to be players in it. I do. I think Tampa Bay's going to get in. I think the Cubs, though, are the team that really needs to do it. I think Jed Hoyer really needs to make the big move for Skubal and to get that fan base re-engaged in a way that they believe in this team to make a run in the postseason.